May peace and blessings be on you all. Look around you. What do you see? Do you not see genocidal Zionists destroying the very foundation of our civilization? The illusion is shattering in plain sight. They keep feeding us the old words like international law, democracy, rules based order, human rights. But look at the blood in their hands and tell me those words mean anything. They don't. Those words are dead. They're hollow shells used by the powerful to justify the unjustifiable. They work for some people, but not for others. They protect some children, but ignore others. They mourn some graves, but bulldoze the rest. We are not just looking at a crisis in Gaza. We are not just looking at a massacre and indiscriminate bombing in Iran, yet another illegal war built on false pretense. We are looking at a rotten system fully exposing itself. They want you to think these are separate fires. One tragedy here, one conflict there. No, they are connected by the same decay, the same elite arrogance, the same double standards, the same moral collapse. This isn't just a bad policy. This is a governing pathology. We are ruled by a class of power completely detached from ordinary human life, insulated from consequences. They are comfortable with deception. They are too morally bankrupt to feel the weight of the suffering they finance. Call it an abstinarchy, a ruling culture defined by impurity, evil forces, elite protection, moral rot, the total indifference to the slaughter of the innocent, let alone the human sacrifice and all the other barbarism they associate themselves with. And look at who is driving the machine. You have the religious fanatics bringing the prophecy and the political extremists bringing the state power. When Christian Zionism joins hands with hardline genocidal Zionism, the danger is absolute. One brings the sacred urgency, the other brings the military machinery. Together, they have hijacked the West and hollowed out the very secular liberalism it claims to defend. And the whole world sees it. The people in the streets sees it. We, the citizens, are entirely alienated from our own ruling class. Meanwhile, Russia and China sit quietly on the sidelines, clapping their hands. They don't have to lift a finger while the West burns its own house down. But hear this clearly. We do not look to Beijing or Moscow to save us. They cannot replace us. The West has already absorbed the brilliant minds and philosophers. The foundation for a better future is already here, buried under the rubble of their endless wars. We don't need to be replaced. We need to be reclaimed. We must take our civilization back from the Zionists, the war profiteers, and the religious fanatics operating out of the White House and the halls of power in the Western Europe. And we can do it. The cracks in the wall are already showing. Look at the UK. An unheard of Green candidate, Hannah Spencer, a plumber, just swept a landslide victory, running proudly on anti-war, anti-Zionism, pro-human platform. That is not a fluke. That is a blueprint. What happens there can sweep throughout the UK, and we can lead the rest of the world out of the darkness. I do not write this in despair. Despair is the tool of the oppressor. I write this in righteous anger. I write this because I believe human dignity, equal rights, equal law, and true pluralism are still worth fighting for. But first, we must stop using their polite words for ugly crimes. We must tell the absolute truth to the power. We must tell the absolute truth about the rotten system that has died in front of us. Only then we can clear the wreckage. Only then we can rebuild. Thank you very much for listening. Now, I would request you to read this full article. It has got 5 parts, and I go very much into details of a proper diagnosis of our system. I'm trying to be very positive for the future, but because I think it's easy to think about the doomsday, but I think our civilization is strong enough to reshape it, to reclaim it, and the future will be green. Thank you very much.
Come on, keep up now. I'm trying, it's not easy. Here we go, Trumpy. Time for the order to U.S. Army. Yes, Master.
This article is written by Mustafa Kamal, a political analyst and human rights activist from London, UK. Part 1. The Visible Breakdown, Section 1. This is not just another war. Most people still talk as if these are separate fires. Ukraine is one fire, Gaza is another, Iran is another, Syria was another, Libya was another, Iraq was another, Afghanistan was another. That is the first mistake. These are not separate storms. They are not random tragedies. They are not isolated failures of diplomacy that just happened to land close together in time. They are part of one larger breakdown. Not every war is the same. Not every actor is the same. Not every lie is the same. Not every crime has the same shape. But the direction is the same. The same habits keep returning. The same moral tricks. The same legal double standards. The same selective outrage. The same dead language about peace, restraint, law, and values. The same belief that force can solve what wisdom refused to solve. The same elite confidence that one more war can still be controlled. That is what links these crises. What we are watching is not just more violence. We are watching the collapse of restraint. And restraint is one of those things that people do not value enough until it is gone. When restraint exists, even hypocrites still feel the need to hide. Even empires feel the need to justify themselves. Even powerful states move more carefully. Even bad leaders feel some pressure from law, diplomacy, memory, and shame. That pressure is weakening. That is why this moment feels different. This is not just another ugly chapter in world politics. This is not just another bad season in a cruel century. This is a threshold moment. A threshold moment is when the old language still survives, but the old reality behind it is dying. When the system still stands on paper, but its spirit is leaving. When leaders still speak as if the center is holding, while everyone else can feel the ground moving under their feet. That is where we are now. For decades, people spoke as if the world still lived inside the post-1945 order. That order was never pure. It was never innocent. It was never equal for all. Great powers still broke rules. The weak still paid the price. The strong still hid behind legal words when they wanted to do ugly things. But even then, something still existed. There was still a framework. There was still the UN system. There was still international law. There was still the idea that war should not be a private right of the strong. There was still the idea that diplomacy should come before force. There was still the idea that major states should fear open shame. There was still the idea that some lines were too dangerous to cross lightly. There was still the memory of what happens when power loses all restraint. That memory came from blood. From World War I, from World War II, from cities burned flat, from continents broken, from millions of dead, from camps, from firebombing, from mushroom clouds, from the simple human knowledge that once states begin to act as if force alone decides, the end is never clean. That was the lesson. And now that lesson is fading. Not in speeches, not in memorial days, not in museums, in practice. That is the important part. The post-1945 order is not mainly dying in theory. It is dying in practice. The law is still quoted but not applied equally. Institutions still exist but are bypassed when they become inconvenient. Diplomacy still exists but trust in diplomacy is fading. Negotiations still happen but can now be used as cover, delay, pressure, or deception. Rules-based order is still spoken like a sacred phrase, but more and more people can see that the rules do not bite the same way for everyone. That is how an order dies, not when the building disappears, when belief disappears, and that is what is now breaking. More and more people no longer believe that law can restrain power. More and more people no longer believe that institutions can contain major states. More and more people no longer believe that diplomacy is honest. More and more people no longer believe that there is one standard for all. They see one standard for allies, another for enemies, one language for favored violence, another for condemned violence, one morality for states inside the circle, another for the rest. And once that belief goes, the structure becomes hollow. Look at the chain in front of us. Iraq was sold one way, Afghanistan another, Libya another, Syria another, Gaza another, Ukraine another, Iran another. The wording changed, the branding changed, the expert panels changed, the moral slogans changed, but the deeper pattern remained. Law when useful, silence when useful, outrage when useful, amnesia when useful, and always the same hidden message beneath the performance. Power decides first, principles come later. That is why these wars must be seen together, not because they are identical, but because together they reveal the breakdown of the same world, a world where major powers once claimed to defend universal norms, a world where those same powers now increasingly weaken those norms by selective use, a world where law, diplomacy, deterrence, and collective legitimacy were supposed to hold back catastrophe, a world where all four are now under pressure at once. This is not a small shift, it is civilizational, because once legal restraint weakens, moral restraint weakens with it. Once moral restraint weakens, language begins to rot. Once language rots, whole societies can be trained to accept what should never be normal. That is one of the darkest parts of this moment. War is sold as peace, aggression is sold as defense, collective punishment is sold as security, bombing is sold as stability, political theater is sold as statesmanship, democracy is sold as moral authority even when democratic control is visibly hollow. Words stop meaning what they mean. And when words stop meaning what they mean, human beings become easier to move, easier to frighten, easier to manipulate, and easier to sacrifice. That is not just propaganda. That is moral decay. Because this kind of language does not merely confuse people. It trains them. It trains them to react on command. It trains them to feel outrage selectively. It trains them to forget history whenever history becomes inconvenient. It trains them to see one dead child as a world tragedy and another as unfortunate but necessary. It trains them to accept that law is universal in theory but tribal in practice. This is how a civilization loses control of itself. Not all at once, not with one speech, not with one war, through a chain, one exception, one emergency, one special case, one last resort, one enemy outside law, one ally above law, one city that had to burn, one people who had to be crushed, one region that had to be destabilized for the greater good. And then one day the world wakes up and realizes the structure is still there, but the soul inside it is gone. That is where we are now. And the most dangerous part is this. Too many people at the top no longer seem afraid enough of what war can become. That fear used to matter. It was never perfect, but it mattered. It mattered because it slowed decision-making. It mattered because it made great powers cautious. It mattered because it forced diplomacy to be more than theater. It mattered because leaders still remembered, or were shaped by people who remembered, what happens when escalation escapes the people who start it. Now too many leaders act as if escalation can always be managed, as if every war can be contained, as if every strike can be calibrated, as if one more operation can restore order, as if one more proxy war can be kept safely at arm's length, as if nuclear danger still belongs to history books, as if civilian death can always be narrated away, as if the public can always be managed with enough media, enough fear, and enough slogans. History laughs at this kind of pride. No major disaster began with leaders saying, "We are about to lose control." They always thought they could manage it. They always thought this strike would be limited, this operation would be brief, this pressure would be enough, this war would stay regional. This one more push would restore deterrence. Then came the graves. That is why this moment matters so much. Because the danger is not just that more wars are happening. The danger is that the system which once slowed the slide toward larger war is no longer trusted, no longer feared, and no longer obeyed in the same way. And another thing is now entering the picture. Not just force, not just lawlessness, not just oligarchic arrogance, but ideology in its most dangerous form. Religious language is returning to war, biblical language, apocalyptic language, sacred history language, end times language. This matters, because once sections of state power begin to speak not only in strategic terms but in prophetic terms, war changes shape. Then it is no longer only about territory, no longer only about deterrence. no longer only about state interest, it becomes sacred drama. And when sacred drama enters state violence, restraint becomes even weaker. That is why the growing link between hard power, religious extremism, and Zionist messianic thinking cannot be treated as some side issue. It is not a side issue. The battlefield is no longer only military. It is moral. It is symbolic. It is theological. It is civilizational. That does not yet mean every actor believes the same thing. It does not mean every state official is a fanatic. It does not mean one neat theory explains everything. But it does mean this: forces are converging: strategic violence, legal double standards, permanent war interests, elite impunity, religious extremism, and in some cases, both secular and religious Zionist projects feeding off each other, while Western secular liberalism is weakened from within by the very people who claim to defend it. That convergence is one of the reasons this crisis feels so dangerous, because now the world is not only facing military escalation, it is facing the collapse of the moral and intellectual limits that once kept power from openly dressing itself in sacred destiny, tribal exemption, and endless emergency. That is new in scale, and it is deadly. Look again at the pattern: a war in Ukraine with widening meaning and risk, the destruction of Gaza under the language of security, the ruins of Syria after years of intervention, proxy war, and state fracture, Libya broken open and left disordered, Iraq shattered under false claims and never truly repaired, Afghanistan invaded, occupied, abandoned, and then forgotten by those who learned nothing from it, and now Iran not as a side story, but as the next test of a world that no longer knows how to step back. This is not random. This is systemic failure. Not one clean collapse. A chain, one broken precedent feeding another, one war normalizing the next, one lie making the next lie easier to sell, one legal exception opening the door for another, one act of force teaching the world that force still works faster than law. This is why the present moment is so serious, because the danger is no longer just war. The danger is a world where legal restraint, diplomatic trust, secular reason, institutional authority, and historical memory are all weakening together. That is not just strategic failure, it is civilizational failure. Something inside the ruling systems of the modern world is decaying. The legal center is weaker. The moral center is weaker. The political center is weaker. The psychological center is weaker. And when those things weaken together, humanity moves closer to the edge. That edge is real. You can see it in the language of escalation. You can see it in the comfort with civilian suffering. You can see it in the use of law as a weapon rather than a standard. You can see it in the growing place of propaganda, fanaticism, and elite impunity. You can see it in the fading fear of great power confrontation. You can see it in the ease with which whole populations are now trained to cheer what should horrify them. History is merciless with systems like this. The weak suffer first. Small states suffer first. Occupied people suffer first. Refugees suffer first. Children suffer first. But collapse never stays at the edges forever. It spreads inward. It returns to the center. It reaches those who believed they were managing it from a safe distance. That is the warning of this age. We are not just watching wars. We are watching the breakdown of the system that was supposed to stop wars from joining hands. And once people truly lose faith that law, institutions, diplomacy, and secular restraint can still contain power, then force becomes the only language left standing. That is not just the danger of one region. That is the danger facing all of us. Part 1, The Visible Breakdown, Section 2. Iran is not a side story. If anyone still thinks Iran is just another Middle East crisis, they are not seeing the map. Iran is not a side story. It is not a self-contained war zone. It is not some distant theater that can burn on its own while the rest of the region stays still. That is not how this works. Iran sits inside a live fault line. To its west is Iraq. To its northwest are Armenia, Azerbaijan, and Turkey. To its north is the South Caucasus. To its east are Afghanistan and Pakistan. To its south is the Gulf, the sea lanes, the oil routes, the naval choke points, and the heavy military footprint of outside powers. Around it are proxies, rivals, militias, energy routes, ethnic questions, old wounds, and states that are already armed, frightened, unstable, or opportunistic. So the moment Iran is hit, the war does not stay in Iran. It starts sending pressure in all directions. That is the first thing people need to understand. The second thing is this: Iran matters not only because of its size, it matters because of what happens to the wider system if a state like Iran is openly attacked, bombed, weakened, fragmented, or pushed toward collapse. If that can be done to a large regional power under the usual language of security and necessity, then every state in that neighborhood starts learning the same lesson at once. Some will learn that law cannot protect them. Some will learn that negotiations cannot protect them. Some will learn that only force matters. Some will learn that only nuclear weapons matter. Some will learn that this is their moment to settle old scores. That is how regional war spreads. Not by magic, not by drama alone, by incentives. One state sees weakness. Another sees threat. Another sees opportunity. Another sees a border that can be pushed. Another sees a rival that can be cut down. Another sees a corridor that can be seized. Another sees chaos as cover. And then what looked like one war becomes 5 crises moving at once. That is why the view from Armenia matters so much. For people living far away, the war on Iran can still look abstract. For people living near Iran, it does not feel abstract at all. Armenia is one of the clearest examples of this. It sits close to the Iranian border. It lives with the shadow of Azerbaijan. It lives with the power of Turkey nearby. It lives with a regional balance that is already fragile. It lives in a neighborhood where one external shock can change the local math very fast. So when war expands around Iran, Armenia is not just watching the news. It is watching the balance move under its feet. That is a very different thing. Because in that part of the world, geography is not theory. Geography is pressure. If Iran is weakened badly, Armenia loses more than a neighbor. It loses one of the balancing poles in the region. That matters because regional balances are often ugly, but they still matter. They hold things in place. They slow predators down. They complicate easy victories. They stop one side from thinking it can move without consequence. Once one balancing force is hit hard enough, everyone else recalculates. And recalculation is dangerous. Azerbaijan recalculates. Turkey recalculates. Armenia recalculates. Russia recalculates. The West recalculates. Local actors recalculates. Militias recalculate. Intelligence services recalculate. And every one of those recalculations raises the risk of a move nobody would have made a week earlier. This is why a war near the South Caucasus cannot be treated like some sealed container. It is not sealed. It leaks into fear, into migration, into border anxiety, into military readiness, into opportunism, into rumor, into panic, into preemption. The South Caucasus has seen enough history to know what happens when larger powers begin playing with the map. Small states do not relax when that begins. They brace, and they have reason to. There is also the ethnic question. That matters too. Iran is not a tiny, simple, socially flat state. It is large. It is layered. It contains different ethnic, linguistic, and regional realities. That does not automatically mean it is about to break. But it does mean that any outside power dreaming of pressure, fragmentation, or regime collapse will look at those internal differences as possible entry points. That is how this kind of thinking works. Not can we only bomb, but also, can we split, can we provoke, can we pull in minorities, can we break the center by lighting fires at the edges? That is not fantasy. That is standard regime destabilization logic. And once that logic enters the picture, the war is no longer just about military targets. It becomes about the shape of the state itself. That is much more dangerous, because bombing a state and trying to break a state are not the same thing. Bombing can stop. State fracture lives on. If a war pushes Iran toward internal fragmentation, then we are no longer talking about one country under attack. We are talking about ethnic unrest, separatist temptations, proxy recruitment, outside sponsorship, cross-border militancy, mass displacement, and the long poison that comes after central authority starts cracking. People should think carefully about what that means. Anyone who speaks lightly about regime change in a country like Iran should be forced to answer one basic question. And then what? Because the graveyard of modern war is full of easy opening slogans followed by silence. Saddam is gone. And then what? Gaddafi is gone. And then what? The Taliban were removed. And then what? Assad is weakened. And then what? You destroy a system. And then what? You cannot smash open a state and then act surprised when blood begins to move through the cracks. That is one of the deepest lies of interventionist thinking. It treats destruction as the hard part. Very often destruction is the easy part. The hard part is what comes after. What comes after bombing? What comes after collapse? What comes after state humiliation? What comes after elite decapitation? What comes after the army weakens? What comes after the police weaken? What comes after fear spreads? What comes after one group thinks this is now their chance? That is where the real catastrophe often begins. And Iran is not a small country that can be toyed with lightly. It is bigger than the states around many of the last interventions. It is more central. It is more connected. It is more politically and strategically charged. It sits closer to too many already unstable fronts. So when people say this can stay limited, the real answer is, limited by what? By whose discipline? By whose wisdom? By whose memory? By whose restraint? Because the region is already overfull with actors, weapons, grievances, and unfinished wars. There is another point here that many people miss. When a war begins around Iran, the Gulf is no longer just a background setting. The Gulf becomes a pressure chamber. American bases matter. Naval presence matters. Shipping lanes matter. Energy flows matter. Missile range matters. Drone range matters. Partner states matter. Launch territory matters. Overflight matters. Port access matters. And once all of that becomes active, the line between regional actor and outside actor grows thin very fast. That is why the idea of a clean Iran-Israel confrontation or even a clean Iran-US confrontation is already misleading. There is too much around it, too many states, too many interests, too many military positions, too many assets in range, too many reasons for one strike to be read as a message to 5 different capitals at once. That is how wider wars happen, not necessarily because everyone wants a world war, but because too many actors are already standing too close to the fire. This is why the refugee question also matters. People outside the region often treat refugees as what comes after war, as if displacement is a secondary issue. It is not secondary. Refugee flows change politics. They change border pressure. They change domestic fear. They change military posture. They change rhetoric. They change what neighboring states think they can or cannot absorb. The first refugees arriving into a nearby country are not just a humanitarian signal. They are also a political signal. They tell the region this is not symbolic anymore. This is real. It is moving. It is crossing borders. It is producing consequences already. That matters in the South Caucasus. It matters in Turkey. It matters in Iraq. It matters in the wider region. It matters for Europe too, though Europe often notices only when movement gets closer to its own doors. And then there is the nuclear danger. This point must not be spoken about lightly, because once nuclear sites, nuclear infrastructure, or anything even close to that world enters a live war zone, the danger changes in kind. Even if there is no nuclear detonation, the risk grows in other ways: radiation risk, misreading risk, preemptive logic, panic logic, the logic that says, if they are willing to hit this, what are they willing to hit next? That is why even the discussion changes. Once the words nuclear facility, nuclear threshold, deterrence, and possible weaponization begin circling a live conflict, all nearby states begin thinking harder and faster. Some think, we must hit before it is too late. Others think, we must acquire what they fear. Others think, we must spread risk outward, so they hesitate. Others think, we need a patron. Others think, we need our own bomb. That is how proliferation pressure grows. Not in peace, in humiliation, in fear, in unequal vulnerability. The lesson many states draw from the modern world is brutally simple. If you do not have the means to terrify your enemies, law will not save you. That is one of the most dangerous lessons any world order can teach, and the current order is teaching it every day. So let us name clearly the possible scenarios around Iran. Not to sound dramatic, to stay honest. One scenario is punitive bombing, a campaign of pain. No invasion, no formal state collapse, just repeated strikes meant to weaken, exhaust, and force submission. Another scenario is negotiation after devastation. This is the old logic of destroy enough first, then talk. Bomb first, negotiate later, call it diplomacy. Pretend the shattered side came to reason. Another scenario is regime change. This can be direct or indirect, by force from outside, by elite fracture inside, by pressure, sabotage, and social destabilization, by trying to separate the state from the population until the center gives way. Another scenario is ethnic fragmentation, pulling on minority questions, lighting fires at the edges, turning internal differences into strategic weapons. Another scenario is civil war, not formal partition at first, just enough instability, grievance, and armed competition to begin internal unraveling. Another scenario is direct U.S. entry, open, heavy, undeniable, air power, naval power, shock pressure, the kind of entry that changes the whole temperature of the region overnight. Another scenario is spread through proxies. Militias move, partner groups activate, retaliation spreads laterally, different fronts begin to answer one another. Another scenario is regional opportunism. States that have their own unresolved goals use the noise to move elsewhere. Another scenario is nuclear threshold panic. No one may want that outcome openly. That does not mean the path toward it cannot begin. This is what people mean when they say a regional war cannot be treated as regionally contained. The phrase can sound abstract. It is not abstract. It means this. A war around Iran does not stay where the first missiles land. It pushes on every border around it. It reshapes every fear around it. It wakes every old ambition around it. It shakes every fragile balance around it. It alters the calculations of every state and armed actor that lives within its shadow. That is why Iran is not a side story. It is a frontline example of systemic collapse. Because in Iran you can see all at once. Law losing force, diplomacy losing trust, military logic outrunning political wisdom, neighboring states feeling the pressure, ethnic and regional fracture being considered, great power shadow play intensifying, and nuclear danger moving closer to open conversation, all of that in one crisis. That is not a normal crisis. That is a system under stress. And there is one more thing that needs to be said. When people in faraway capitals talk about options, they often talk as if options are clean. Option A, option B, option C. But on the ground, there are no clean options once fire spreads. There are only human consequences. The planners call it escalation management. The people under the bombs call it survival. That difference matters. It matters because the whole modern language of intervention often hides one ugly truth. The people who decide are usually not the people who bleed. That is why they talk so easily. That is why they gamble so easily. That is why they still imagine one more strike can restore order. But from Armenia, from the South Caucasus, from Iraq, from the Gulf, from borderlands that have no luxury of distance, the picture looks very different. It looks like what it really is, a regional war with the power to become much more than a regional war. And that is why Iran must be understood not as an isolated battlefield, but as a warning that the world is no longer dealing with separate crises one by one. It is dealing with a system that is losing the power to stop crises from connecting. Part 1. The Visible Breakdown, Section 3. Beyond the official justifications, every war comes with a script. The script is always important, not because it tells you the truth, because it tells you what the public is supposed to believe. In the case of Iran, the official script is familiar. Security, urgency, prevention, the nuclear threat, the need to act before it is too late. The claim that force today prevents catastrophe tomorrow. We have heard this kind of language before. That does not mean every threat is fake. It does mean every official explanation must be tested, because modern power does not simply act, it narrates, and the narration is part of the operation. That is why we have to slow down here. Not to deny danger, not to romanticize any state, not to pretend Iran is innocent in every respect, but to ask the real question, is the official reason the real reason, or is it one layer of a much bigger design? That question matters because once war starts, the official explanation hardens very fast. Then anyone who asks what else may be driving the war is accused of excusing the target. That is one of the oldest tricks in the book. So let us be clear. Questioning the stated reason for war is not defending the state under attack. It is defending the public from manipulation. The declared reason in this case is non-proliferation. The claim is simple. Iran must be stopped before it reaches a point where its nuclear program becomes intolerable, irreversible, or strategically decisive. That is the public language. And yes, in the abstract, states do worry about rival states acquiring devastating weapons. That part is not strange. That part is normal. The problem begins when this language is used selectively. The problem deepens when the legal standard for imminent danger is stretched beyond meaning. And the problem becomes enormous when negotiations are still alive, yet force is used anyway, because then the issue is no longer only the threat, it is the use of threat language as political cover, and that is where this war becomes much bigger than one policy argument. If diplomacy is ongoing, yet war begins anyway, then we have to ask whether the nuclear issue is the whole truth. If intelligence assessments are mixed, contested, or manipulated, we have to ask whether the nuclear issue is the whole truth. If the same actors have made the same nuclear alarm claim again and again for years, even decades, we have to ask whether the nuclear issue is the whole truth. And if the actual pattern of behavior points beyond nuclear restraint toward state weakening, regional redesign, and open-ended coercion, then we would be foolish not to ask what else is going on. This is where motive analysis begins. Not with certainty, with layers. Because wars are often driven by more than one motive at the same time. That is another mistake people make. They ask, which one is the real reason, as if power only acts for one reason at once. That is almost never how it works. A state can use one public reason, chase another strategic goal, satisfy another ideological current, and produce another useful side effect all at the same time. That is how serious war works. So let us walk through the possible layers. The first layer is the declared one: non-proliferation. Stop the bomb. Stop the threshold. Stop the danger before it matures. This is the reason that sounds cleanest in public. It sounds legal, responsible, preventive, almost reluctant. It also fits the old moral frame many Western audiences still recognize. That is one reason it is so useful. But even if this motive is real, it may still be incomplete, because the second layer may be regime change. This is not a wild idea. It is one of the most common goals hidden behind modern intervention language. Not always invasion, not always occupation, not always open declaration. Sometimes the goal is simpler: weaken the state, break the leadership, create internal pressure, turn the ruling structure against itself, trigger elite defection, push society into enough strain that the center starts to crack. That is regime change by pressure system. And if that is part of the logic here, then the nuclear question is no longer the whole story. It is the entry point, the selling point, the clean public face, but behind it the real hope may be that military pain creates political collapse. That leads to the third layer, strategic weakening. This is different from regime change, though the two can overlap. A state may not need Iran to fully collapse. It may only need Iran to be weaker militarily, weaker politically, weaker economically, weaker regionally, weaker psychologically, weaker in the eyes of allies, weaker in the eyes of rivals. That kind of weakening can itself be a strategic victory, because a weakened Iran means less regional reach, less deterrent force, less ability to back allies, less confidence among aligned actors, less freedom to shape neighboring regions, more room for rival powers to act. That is a major objective in its own right. No total collapse required. No boots on the ground required. Just enough repeated pain to reduce Iran from a regional center of gravity to a permanently defensive, damaged state. That is not an imaginary goal. It is a very recognizable one. Then comes the fourth layer, regional fragmentation. This is where the war stops being about one state's power and starts becoming about the shape of the region itself. A fragmented Iran changes the whole map around it, not just geographically, strategically, psychologically, politically. Every state around it would recalculate, every corridor would change meaning, every border tension would sharpen, every patron-client relationship would shift. This is why some actors may not see chaos as a failure. They may see it as a usable condition. That is a hard truth for many people to accept, because ordinary people assume chaos is always a bad outcome. For ordinary people, it is. For displaced people, it is. For children, it is. For border societies, it is. For civilians trapped in war zones, it is. For fragile states near the blast zone, it is. But for some strategic actors, chaos can be useful. A broken region is easier to penetrate. A frightened region is easier to control. A divided region is easier to manage from above. A rival state struggling with internal fracture has less power to project outward. This is why stability and chaos are not always opposites in elite strategy. Sometimes the chaos is the strategy, not always in total form, not necessarily forever, but enough chaos in the right place at the right time can serve very concrete goals. That is why the fifth layer matters so much. Chaos not as accident, chaos as usable outcome. This is where many people stop feeling comfortable. Because once you say that, the moral picture changes. If chaos is acceptable to the people directing force, then the real target is not only a military capability, it is normal life itself. The target becomes continuity, social trust, state function, public calm, economic flow, civilian confidence, and the simple human sense that tomorrow will still resemble today. That is a very different kind of war. It is a war against structure, against continuity, against coherence. And once that becomes acceptable, the moral language around defense starts to look very thin. Then there is an even darker possibility, that for some actors, war is no longer merely a tool. It is an end in itself. This sounds extreme, but it should not be dismissed too quickly, because not all actors in a war want the same thing. Some want deterrence, some want leverage, some want domestic strength, some want regional dominance, some want ideological victory, some want money, some want prophecy, some want destruction because destruction itself feels like power. That last group matters more than many people realize, especially in a world where secular cynicism and religious extremism can converge. There are people for whom war is not simply the continuation of politics by other means. For them, war is purification, war is destiny, war is revelation, war is a test of will, war is sacred theater, war is the path to a reordered world. And when those people gain influence inside state systems, the standard questions stop being enough. Then it is no longer enough to ask, what is the strategic interest? You also have to ask, what kind of psychological, ideological, or spiritual satisfaction does war now provide to those driving it? That is where ordinary strategic analysis often fails. It assumes the actors still want normal outcomes, security, negotiation advantage, prestige, control. But what if some of them want something more extreme? What if some do not fear disorder the way normal people do? What if some are not horrified by catastrophe because catastrophe itself serves their vision? What if some see destruction not as cost, but as passage? That is why the official justification must not be treated as the whole picture, because the public reason may be only the outer shell. Inside that shell may sit several motives at once: stop a weapons threshold, weaken a rival, break a regime, remake the region, use chaos, signal power, feed war interests, serve ideological projects, satisfy apocalyptic currents. These are not mutually exclusive. They can all sit inside one war. And that is why the public keeps getting confused, because the debate is framed too narrowly. People are pushed to ask, is it about the nuclear program or regime change? But that is the wrong frame. It may be about both, and more. It may be about the nuclear file as public story, regime weakening as strategic goal, fragmentation as regional possibility, and war as ideological desire for some of the people shaping events. That is a far more realistic reading. Now let us be even more honest. The word security itself can hide all of this. That is one of the most abused words in modern politics. Security can mean genuine fear. It can also mean strategic ambition. It can mean deterrence. It can also mean pretext. It can mean defense. It can also mean domination. And once the word is repeated enough, many people stop asking what exactly is being secured, by whom, against whom, and at what human cost. That silence is dangerous, because every modern war machine learns the same lesson. If you can get the public to swallow the word security, you can often move a great distance before anyone dares ask what is really happening. That is why this section matters, because the public script around war is often designed to narrow thought. It trains people to look at one reason only, one fear only, one frame only, and when that happens, the deeper structure of war disappears. Who gains, who profits, who escalates, who uses law selectively, who uses religion, who uses fear, who uses media repetition, who benefits from state weakening even without total victory, who benefits if the region stays unstable for years. These are the right questions, and once you ask them, the picture changes. The war no longer looks like one tragic necessity forced on reluctant actors. It begins to look like a convergence of security discourse, strategic ambition, elite interests, ideological extremism, and the growing belief that disorder can be managed, used, and perhaps even enjoyed from a distance. That is why the official justification must never be the end point of analysis. It is only the beginning. We should also learn one more lesson from recent history. When a state tells you it is going to use force for a narrow purpose, ask what happened the last time. Was the war narrow? Was the mission narrow? Was the damage narrow? Was the suffering narrow? Were the consequences narrow? Usually the answer is no. The stated goal is small. The actual consequence is huge. That is the pattern. And this pattern matters because by the time the public realizes the scope was wider than advertised, the war is already deep, the dead are already buried, and the language has already moved on to the next justification. So yes, the nuclear issue matters, but it is not enough. Yes, regime pressure may matter, but it is not enough. Yes, regional rivalry matters, but it is not enough. To understand this war honestly, we must be willing to see several motives operating together. That does not require fantasy, it requires seriousness, and seriousness means this. Do not confuse the public script with the full engine of war. The public script tells you what the audience is meant to repeat. The engine tells you what the war is really doing. And what this war may really be doing is much larger than the official case made for it. It may be weakening a state, testing a region, reshaping incentives, destroying trust in diplomacy, teaching smaller powers that law cannot save them, teaching vulnerable states that only extreme deterrence earns respect, creating new pressure for wider conflict, and opening the door for forces that do not even think in normal strategic terms anymore. That is why Iran cannot be understood through one explanation alone, and that is why the next question becomes unavoidable. If the official justifications are not the whole story, then what other forces are entering the battlefield? That is where we now have to turn. Because beyond strategy, beyond law, and beyond public messaging, another element is now becoming harder to ignore. Religion. Not private religion, not ordinary faith, but religious extremism tied to state power. And once that enters the war machine, everything becomes more dangerous. Part 1, The Visible Breakdown, Section 4. Religion enters the battlefield. There is a point where ordinary strategic language stops being enough. Up to that point, you can still explain war through the usual tools: security, deterrence, power balance, regime survival, regional dominance, alliance pressure, domestic politics, military advantage. All of that still matters. All of that is still real. But there comes a moment when you start hearing a different kind of language around war. Not the language of statecraft. The language of destiny, not the language of strategy. The language of prophecy, not the language of cost and gain. The language of good and evil, sacred mission, divine plan, end times, Armageddon, the temple, the final struggle. When that language starts moving close to state power, something changes. War becomes more dangerous. Not because religion is automatically dangerous. It is not. Private faith is not the issue here. Ordinary believers are not the issue here. The issue is what happens when apocalyptic belief, military power, and political decision-making begin to touch each other. That is when restraint weakens in a new way, because a leader who wants territory can still be bargained with. A leader who wants leverage can still be pressured. A leader who wants prestige can still calculate loss. But what do you do with an actor who sees war as sacred history unfolding? That is a different problem. And this is why the religious dimension of the current crisis cannot be treated like a fringe detail. It is not a fringe detail anymore. It is now close enough to the centers of power that it has to be taken seriously. This is especially true when we look at the growing role of Christian Zionist thinking around war in the Middle East. This is not the same thing as Judaism. It is not the same thing as ordinary support for Israel. It is not the same thing as normal religious belief. It is a very specific worldview, a worldview that sees Israel not simply as a state, but as a key part of a prophetic script, a worldview that reads modern conflict through biblical expectation, a worldview in which Jerusalem is not only a city, but a stage, a worldview in which the rebuilding of the temple is not only symbolism, but destiny, a worldview in which catastrophe can be welcomed because catastrophe is seen as a doorway to divine fulfillment. This matters, because once that way of thinking enters the political bloodstream, war can stop looking like a failure. It can start looking like progress, not progress in any normal human sense, not peace, not safety, not coexistence. Progress toward apocalypse. Progress toward sacred confrontation. Progress toward a world purified by fire. That is not a metaphor. That is why the rhetoric around the Third Temple matters. That is why the language around Jerusalem matters. That is why talk around Al-Aqsa matters. That is why casual references to miracle, destiny, prophecy, and God's plan matter when they come from people linked to state power, because words matter most when they reveal what kind of reality an actor believes he is serving. If a person believes he is moving pieces in ordinary state politics, that is one kind of danger. If a person believes he is helping fulfill sacred history, that is another, and some of these signs are not hidden. They have been spoken in public. They have been worn on the body. They have been preached from pulpits. They have been voiced in settings close to political power. They have been echoed inside military culture. That should trouble any serious person, because the issue here is not whether every official believes the same thing. They do not. The issue is not whether one unified religious bloc controls everything. It does not. The issue is simpler, and in some ways worse. There are enough people in enough positions of influence who speak this language seriously enough that the rest of us can no longer afford to ignore it. That is the key point. The danger is not total capture. The danger is meaningful penetration. If enough officials, advisors, commanders, donors, media figures, and ideological mobilizers frame war through an apocalyptic lens, then that lens begins to affect the larger machine, even if others inside the system are more secular, even if others are more cynical than devout, even if some are only using the language rather than believing every word of it. Because belief and opportunism can still work together. That is one of the darkest patterns of our age. A cynical elite can use religious fire. A religious extremist can use state machinery. A strategic actor can use sacred language. A secular nationalist can use apocalyptic energy. They do not have to agree on everything. They only need to converge around war. And this is where the link between Christian Zionism and harder forms of secular Zionism becomes so important. They are not the same thing. They do not come from the same source. They do not want exactly the same final world, but they can still use each other. Christian Zionism brings prophetic urgency. It brings the language of biblical mission. It brings an emotional engine that can make conflict feel holy. Hardline secular Zionism brings the state, the army, the intelligence structure, the territorial logic, the language of permanent security emergency, the practical machinery of force. One brings sacred heat, the other brings hard power. That is a dangerous combination, because together they can hollow out Western secular liberalism from inside. This point is vital. For years, many people assumed Western secular systems were strong enough to absorb religious extremism, manipulate it, and use it when useful. But that confidence now looks naive, because once religious extremism starts feeding strategic violence, it does not remain contained as ornament. It begins to change the moral climate itself. Then war is no longer just a hard choice. It becomes sacred duty for some, historic calling for others, civilizational necessity for others, and permanent emergency for almost everyone inside the machine. That corrodes liberalism at its core, because secular liberalism, at least in its best form, depends on limits, limits on power, limits on punishment, limits on exceptionalism, limits on sacred claims in public force, limits on the state's right to define one people as above judgment and another as expendable. Once those limits weaken, the liberal shell may remain, but the liberal substance begins to die, and this is exactly what we are now seeing. The institutions remain, the words remain, the elections remain, the legal forms remain, but inside them something harsher is moving. A mix of strategic violence, moral exemption, tribal loyalty, permanent fear, and sacred drama. That mix is toxic, and it helps explain why the current crisis feels so irrational to many observers. Because if you look only through a normal realist lens, some of what is happening looks excessive, self-destructive, and unstable. Why take such huge risks? Why widen conflict so recklessly? Why push the region so close to explosion? Why flirt with war logic that can spill far beyond its first targets? If you only ask what a cool, rational state maximizer would do, you will miss something important. Not everyone driving a war machine fears instability in the same way. Some welcome it, some believe it can be controlled, some profit from it, some feel chosen by it, some think they are agents of history, some think they are agents of God. That changes the equation, and it gets even worse when this kind of language moves down the chain of command, because then the problem is no longer only elite rhetoric. Then it becomes organizational culture. That is why reports of military officers or commanders framing the war with Iran in explicitly religious terms should not be brushed aside, even if not universal, even if not official doctrine, even if coming from only some parts of the structure. It matters. A commander who tells subordinates that the war is part of God's plan is not speaking like a secular officer in a normal republic. He is reframing violence itself. He is sacralizing the mission. He is asking soldiers not simply to obey, but to believe. And when belief of that kind enters the battlefield, war changes shape. The enemy is no longer just an opposing force. The enemy becomes a spiritual obstacle. Negotiation becomes compromise with darkness. De-escalation becomes weakness. Destruction becomes cleansing. And the dead become part of a story bigger than ordinary morality. That is how sacred war talk works. It enlarges the mission and shrinks the conscience. This is why the phrase "religion enters the battlefield" is not dramatic language. It is an analytical warning. It means the war is no longer operating only through strategic logic. It means another engine has entered, an engine that can make compromise harder, escalation easier, and catastrophe more thinkable. And once that happens, ordinary diplomacy becomes even weaker. Because how do you negotiate with people who think delay is betrayal? How do you cool down a crisis when some of the heat is not accidental but desired? How do you appeal to restraint when part of the coalition around the war sees restraint itself as disobedience to a higher script? That is the real danger here. Not that all politics becomes religion, but that religion of the most dangerous kind enters politics at precisely the points where power is sharpest. There is another layer, too. This sacred language does not operate in a vacuum. It meets a secular elite culture that is already damaged, already cynical, already insulated, already practiced in selective morality, already willing to use law as instrument rather than standard. That is why the combination is so dangerous. On one side, you have people who believe war serves prophecy. On another, you have people who do not believe much of anything except power, control, and advantage. Yet they can still work together. The first group supplies passion. The second supplies machinery. The first group supplies meaning. The second supplies execution. And together they can push a system far away from ordinary human limits. This is where the current war climate becomes more than a geopolitical crisis. It becomes a moral crisis. Because now we are no longer dealing only with state competition. We are dealing with a convergence of security ideology, tribal exemption, elite impunity, permanent war interests, and sacred narratives of destruction. That convergence helps explain why so much of the language around the present conflicts feels cold in one moment and feverish in the next. Cold when civilians die, feverish when destiny is invoked, cold when law is bent, feverish when sacred history is referenced, cold in the arithmetic of bombs, feverish in the language of cosmic struggle. This is not normal politics. This is a dangerous mutation inside politics. And this is why the Zionist question cannot be pushed aside here. Because without facing the convergence between hardline secular Zionist strategy and Christian Zionist prophecy, the present crisis cannot be understood in full. One project seeks permanent strategic supremacy, the other seeks prophetic fulfillment. They are not identical, but they can reinforce each other, and in that reinforcement, Western secular liberalism does not become stronger, it becomes weaker, because the more policy is driven by exceptionalism, holy urgency, and sacred exemption, the less room remains for universal law, equal dignity, and secular restraint. That is the real cost, not only to the region, not only to the victims of war, but to the Western order itself. The order that once claimed to defend secular legality is now increasingly penetrated by forces that do not answer to secular legality in any serious moral sense. That should terrify anyone who still believes in liberalism at its best, because what is being eroded here is not only peace abroad, It is the very idea that modern power can still be restrained by law, equality, and human universality. And once that idea weakens enough, everything else becomes easier. Mass punishment, legal double standards, open dehumanization, endless emergency, and war without honest limits. That is why religion entering the battlefield is not a side issue. It is one of the signs that the system is decaying faster than many people want to admit. And once sacred violence joins strategic violence, the next conclusion becomes unavoidable. The danger is not just one war, and it is not just one ideology. The danger is a collapsing order in which law weakens, diplomacy becomes theater, power loses restraint, and war is fed at once by profit, fear, strategy, and prophecy. That is a very unstable mix, and it leads directly to the larger truth of this first part. We are no longer looking at one conflict at a time. We are looking at multiple conflicts being interpreted, fueled, and escalated inside a system that is coming apart. That is where we now have to end this part, because the visible breakdown is no longer theoretical. It is already here. Section 5. The danger is not just one war at this point. The picture should be clear. The danger is not just Iran, not just Ukraine, not just Gaza, not just one border, one front, one escalation ladder, or one bad decision in one capital. The danger is the system itself. A system in which legal restraint is weaker. A system in which diplomacy is less trusted. A system in which negotiation can be used as cover. A system in which military logic outruns political wisdom. A system in which secular calculation is being invaded by sacred drama. A system in which public language is managed, legal standards are selective, and whole populations are trained to accept what should shock them. That is why this crisis feels so much bigger than a normal foreign policy failure, because several forms of restraint are eroding at once: legal restraint, diplomatic restraint, moral restraint, secular restraint, strategic restraint, psychological restraint. And when several breaks fail at the same time, systems do not remain stable for long. That is where we are. The wars now burning are not isolated shocks inside an otherwise healthy order. They are signs of systemic breakdown. Iran shows how fast regional war can spread. Ukraine shows how proxy conflict can move ever closer to direct great power confrontation. Gaza shows how openly collective punishment can now be defended under the language of security. Syria, Libya, Iraq, and Afghanistan show how intervention, fragmentation, and elite delusion leave behind long ruins, not clean victories. Each case teaches the next one something: that law can be bent, that institutions can be bypassed, that publics can be managed, that violence can be narrated, that selective outrage still works, that force remains faster than principle. Those are terrible lessons for the world to absorb, because once enough states, movements, and elites learn them, conflict changes character. War becomes easier to start, harder to contain, more difficult to settle honestly, and far more likely to connect with other wars already in motion. That is the real danger. Not one war, but many wars entering one collapsing frame. A collapsing frame where regional balances are fragile, legal standards are inconsistent, religious extremism is moving closer to power, and strategic actors still act as if escalation can always be managed. It cannot. Not forever. At some point, one front touches another. One proxy draws in a patron. One strike crosses a hidden red line. One command room misreads another. One act meant as pressure is read as invitation. One war merges with another, and the people who thought they were controlling the fire realize too late that the fire has learned to move on its own. That is why this moment must be understood for what it is. Not a set of separate crises. Not a temporary rise in global tension. Not one more cycle of violence that the world will absorb and forget. It is the visible breakdown of an order that no longer knows how to restrain the forces it has unleashed, and once that is understood, the next question becomes unavoidable. If the visible order is collapsing, then what has been hollowing it out from within? That is where we must now turn, because the next layer is deeper and darker. It is not only about states, wars, and institutions. It is about the kind of elite culture that now governs more and more of the modern world, and the pathology inside it. Part 2, The Death of the Rules-Based Order, Section 1. Law for some, force for others. If you want to know whether an order is still alive, do not listen to its slogans. Watch how it applies its rules. That is always the real test. Every political system says nice things about itself. Every empire talks about peace. Every alliance talks about values. Every powerful state says its force is reluctant, necessary, and moral. Every bloc says it is defending stability. Every leadership class says it is acting for the greater good. The real question is much simpler. Do the rules apply to friends and enemies alike? If the answer is no, then what you have is not law. It is managed permission. And that is exactly where the so-called rules-based order now stands. It is not failing only because wars keep happening. It is failing because the double standard has become too open to hide. One state says it faces a future threat. That concern is treated as serious, rational, and morally weighty. Another state says it faces a future threat. That concern is mocked, dismissed, or treated as criminal by definition. One state is allowed to speak the language of preemption. Another is told it has no right even to speak of fear. One state can invoke security in advance. Another must wait to bleed before its security claim is taken seriously. One state can strike first and call it survival. Another is told that even raising red lines is aggression. That is not law. That is hierarchy wearing legal clothing, and people can see it now. This is why the hypocrisy around international law has become so dangerous. Not because hypocrisy is new. It is not new. It is dangerous because it is now too visible, too constant, and too shameless. The old order survived for so long partly because it still kept some mask on. It still acted as if universality mattered. It still tried to persuade. It still cared about the appearance of consistency. Now even that discipline is weakening. The message being sent to the world is brutal in its simplicity. Law is real when it restrains rivals. Law becomes flexible when it restrains allies. Principles are universal in speech and tribal in practice. That message destroys trust faster than almost anything else. Because once smaller states learn that legal protection depends on political alignment, they stop believing in law as such. Then law is no longer seen as shield. It is seen as weapon. Worse than that, it becomes a weapon of humiliation. You are lectured about rules by those who exempt themselves. You are judged by standards they bend. You are condemned for acts they justify in themselves or in those they protect. That is not only unjust, it is corrosive. It teaches the world that power does not merely overpower law, it writes law in its own accent. And that is one of the clearest signs that an order is dying. The Iran case makes this visible. The language used around Iran is full of prevention, security, necessity, and future danger. The idea is simple. If a threat is grave enough, action before the final threshold can be justified. That is the moral logic being sold. But now ask the obvious question. If that logic is valid there, is it valid anywhere else? That is where the whole structure begins to crack. Because the same people who defend forward-looking security logic in one case often deny it completely in another. That is why so many people around the world no longer hear international law as a universal standard. They hear it as geopolitical dialect. The words stay the same. The meaning changes by speaker. That is fatal to legal order. Because law only works if people believe it binds even those who are strong enough to escape it. The moment that belief dies, the law does not merely weaken. It changes nature. It becomes not a rule but a tool. And once that happens, every state starts adjusting. Some adjust by seeking patrons. Some by seeking weapons. Some by building deeper alliances, some by hardening borders, some by deciding that only deterrence matters now, some by racing toward the one thing they think may stop invasion or coercion. That last point is especially dangerous, because when international law becomes selective, nuclear ambition becomes easier to understand. A state watching the modern world learns very quickly what legal lectures cannot save. A paper guarantee cannot stop a missile. A speech at the UN cannot stop a bombing campaign. A legal argument cannot stop regime change logic once the machinery is already moving. So what lesson does the world learn? A terrible one. That if you are weak, you are vulnerable. If you are lawful, you are still vulnerable. If you negotiate honestly, you may still be vulnerable. And if your enemies decide you matter too much, the language around your destruction will be written later. That lesson is poison. It does not strengthen law. It pushes states away from law. And here is the deeper problem. This collapse is not only about the text of international law. It is about the moral psychology around it. Once people begin to believe that legal language is just theater, then even real legal arguments stop carrying force, even sincere diplomacy becomes harder, even honest mediators are suspected, even true appeals to restraint sound hollow. This is why selective legality is more destructive than open brutality in some ways. Open brutality shocks people. Selective legality confuses them. It creates a moral fog. In that fog, almost anything can be dressed up as necessity. Almost any exception can be made to sound principled. Almost any preferred violence can be narrated as duty. That is exactly the kind of world we are moving into. And that world does not hold together for long. Because double standards do not remain stable. They spread. Once one exception is made, another follows. Once one precedent is set, another actor reaches for it. Once one power openly bends the frame, others stop feeling bound by the old shape. That is why people keep returning to the same historical warning. The road to major war is often paved, not by one giant crime alone, but by a series of tolerated exceptions. One border bent here, one intervention there, one legal bypass justified, one doctrine stretched, one emergency claim accepted, one enemy placed outside the law, and then the world wakes up in a landscape where force feels normal again. That is where we are heading. The rules-based order did not die because everyone stopped using the language of rules. It is dying because too many people still use that language while draining it of equal meaning. And the world can feel the fraud now. That is why anger is growing far beyond the immediate war zones, not only because people are outraged by violence, but because they are tired of the performance, tired of hearing the same words used to bless one strike and curse another, tired of watching security turn into a moral permit, tired of seeing law turned into selective theater, tired of hearing universal values delivered with geopolitical accents. This exhaustion matters, because once enough of the world stops believing the center is honest, the center loses more than prestige. It loses authority, and authority, once hollowed out, is hard to rebuild. That is why this is not just a legal problem. It is a legitimacy problem. A system that no longer convinces, even when it speaks in legal language, is already half broken. And that brings us to the next question. If law is being applied selectively, how exactly did the old restraints get hollowed out? Was it one war, one doctrine, one power? No, it happened through a chain of precedents, a chain of exceptions, a chain in which every broken limit taught the next actor what could now be done. That is where we have to turn next, because the death of legal universality did not happen overnight. It was built case by case. Section 2. The chain of precedence systems rarely collapse in one dramatic moment. Most of the time they are worn down. One shortcut, one exception, one emergency doctrine, one case where rules are bent just this once, one conflict where law is pushed aside for a greater necessity, one intervention that claims to save the order while quietly weakening it, then another, and another. That is how the modern order has been hollowed out, not by one state alone, not by one war alone, but by a chain of precedents that kept teaching the same lesson. If you are strong enough, law can be bent. If your story is good enough, law can be bypassed. If your allies are loyal enough, law can be managed. If your media are disciplined enough, law can even be inverted and used against the people you are hitting. This chain matters more than many people admit, because every new war now lands on top of old legal damage. No war comes into a fresh moral space anymore. Every conflict arrives in a world already trained by earlier exceptions. That is why Iraq mattered beyond Iraq, why Libya mattered beyond Libya, why Syria mattered beyond Syria, why Kosovo mattered beyond the Balkans, why Gaza matters beyond Gaza, why Iran matters far beyond Iran. Each one leaves behind not only bodies and ruins, but doctrine, a memory, a lesson, a new looseness in the global frame. And once the frame is loose enough, what used to seem extraordinary starts looking normal. This is one of the least discussed and most dangerous parts of global politics. War does not only destroy places, it rewrites the future grammar of permission. That is what precedents do. A precedent is not just a legal reference. It is a political signal, a moral signal, a strategic signal. It tells the world what can now be imagined, and imagination matters in war. Once a state sees that another state can bypass the old rules and survive, it learns. Once a bloc sees that outrage can be managed, it learns. Once elites see that media can normalize destruction, they learn. Once military planners see that the public gets tired faster than the war machine does, they learn. Then the next threshold is easier to cross. This is why the argument, but this case is different, is often less comforting than people think. Of course, every case is different. That is exactly how precedent works. The facts are always different enough to tell a new story. The legal language is always adjusted. The moral branding is always updated. The target is always presented as exceptional in some new way. But the deeper lesson remains. Force can be narrated, exceptions can be sold, the frame can be bent again. That is how restraint dies in the real world. Not through abstract theory, through repeated practice. And once repeated practice takes hold, something even worse happens. The institutions that were supposed to restrain power begin adapting themselves to the new reality, not openly at first, quietly. They speak softer, they object less clearly, they issue concern instead of resistance. They preserve form while losing substance. This is one reason why so many people now feel that the international order still exists as ceremony, but not as command. The buildings remain. The speeches remain, the procedures remain, but the living force inside them weakens every time a new exception is absorbed. That is what makes the present moment so dangerous. We are no longer looking at isolated violations of an otherwise healthy order. We are looking at cumulative legal fatigue, a world in which too many precedents have piled up, a world in which too many bypasses have been normalized, a world in which too many actors now assume that rules are flexible if enough power, enough fear, and enough narrative control are present. That is a very unstable world, because once everyone absorbs that lesson, even those who once benefited from flexible legality begin to suffer from it. There is no safe monopoly on norm-breaking forever. Once the frame breaks, others step through. That is what history keeps trying to teach, and that is why the next question becomes even more serious. The legal order is now being weakened, not only by brute force, but by democratic states acting in open contradiction to their own principles. Then we have to ask a harder thing. What has happened to democracy itself? Because if the states that call themselves democratic are among the most active in hollowing out legal universality, then the crisis is deeper than foreign policy. It is a crisis inside liberal democracy itself. That is where we now have to go. Part 2, The Death of the Rules-Based Order, Section 3. Liberal democracy against its own claims. For a long time, the West sold one great political promise to the world. Not just that democracy was morally better, not just that it gave people a voice, not just that it protected freedom better than dictatorship, but something bigger, that democracy was safer for humanity, that democracies were less likely to go to war recklessly, that democratic leaders would be restrained by voters, that institutions would slow rash action, that a free press would expose lies, that public debate would force accountability, that human life would carry more weight in systems where people could speak, vote, organize, protest, and punish leaders at the ballot box. That was not a small claim. That was one of the core moral claims of the modern liberal order, and now that claim is in trouble, not in a minor way, in a deep way. Because when people look at the most destructive wars, interventions, and escalations of the last decades, they do not see only dictatorship and military juntas. They also see democracies, rich democracies, proud democracies, self-congratulatory democracies, democracies that speak constantly in the language of law, rights, and moral responsibility. That is the problem. The crisis is not only that democracies sometimes fail to stop war. The crisis is that some of the most powerful democracies have repeatedly helped justify, enable, led, normalize, or excuse it. That changes everything. Because once that becomes visible, the old moral pyramid starts to shake. People begin to ask the obvious question. If democracies are supposed to be restrained, why do they keep acting this way? Why do they keep finding reasons for war? Why do they keep adapting law around force? Why do they keep speaking of values while backing destruction? Why do their publics so often seem unable to stop it? Why do their institutions so often bend when the real pressure begins? These are not anti-democratic questions. They are necessary questions if democracy is to mean anything serious at all. And the first hard answer is this. A system can keep the form of democracy while losing much of its substance. Votes can remain, parties can remain, parliaments can remain, media can remain, courts can remain, constitutions can remain, and yet real power can still drift upward and outward, upward to donors, upward to lobbies, upward to intelligence structures, upward to strategic industries, upward to elite networks the public barely sees, outward into media ecosystems that shape opinion before opinion ever becomes political action. When that happens, democracy does not disappear in one clean blow. It hollows. That is the better word. It hollows out. The shell remains. The public rituals remain. The flag remains. The slogans remain. The self-image remains. But the citizens' real power over the big machinery of war, security, media, and money grows thinner. And that thinning matters, because one of the great liberal arguments was always that the people would restrain the state, not perfectly, but enough to stop fanaticism, enough to stop permanent war, enough to stop leaders from turning foreign populations into disposable matter. But what happens when the people themselves are worked on every day by propaganda, selective outrage, emotional conditioning, and narrative management? Then the restraint weakens at its source. That is one of the darkest facts of modern democracy. The public is still there, but the public is not left alone. It is fed, prompted, primed, shaped, polarized, mobilized, distracted, exhausted, turned into audience more than citizen. And once that happens, formal democracy can coexist with deep manipulation. That is not theory anymore. That is visible reality. The old democratic story also said that institutions would slow dangerous leaders down, that checks and balances would matter, that legislatures would matter, that courts, laws, scrutiny, and procedure would matter, that no one person could easily drag the state into disaster if the system was healthy. But now look around. How often do institutions really stop the big machine when the national security script begins? How often do legislatures truly reassert themselves? How often do media systems truly challenge the deepest assumptions of war? How often do political parties act like custodians of peace rather than managers of consent? Too often what we see is not restraint. We see ratification, retroactive justification, managed disagreement inside safe limits, argument about tactics, not about the underlying permission structure. That is not what democracy promised, and people can feel that gap now. They may not use academic language for it. They may not call it oligarchic capture or institutional hollowing or elite mediation of mass consent, but they know something is off. They know decisions of enormous consequence are being made far above them. They know public feeling is being managed. They know certain wars are framed one way and others another. They know some facts are emphasized and others buried. They know they are being pushed, not simply informed. This is why trust is collapsing, not because democracy is a bad idea, but because the systems calling themselves democratic are too often acting against the deeper spirit of democracy while keeping the name. And this is where liberal democracy turns against its own claims. It says, the people rule, but money often speaks louder. It says institutions restrain, but in high security moments, they often bend. It says, the press is free, but concentrated ownership, ideological filtering, fear, access politics, and narrative discipline shape what freedom looks like in practice. It says rights are universal, but rights language is too often applied selectively, especially across borders. It says no one is above the law, but some states, some officials, some allied projects behave as though they are shielded by political intimacy. That is not a small contradiction. That is a structural one. And once those contradictions pile up for long enough, democracy stops looking like a safeguard and starts looking like branding. That is deadly for liberal legitimacy, because the real strength of democracy was never only procedural. It was moral. It asked the world to believe that power would be more humane if subjected to public life, public argument, and public control. If that claim weakens, then democracy loses not just its shine but its moral center. And this is why the crisis is now so severe, because what we are seeing is not merely the failure of a few leaders. It is the exposure of a deeper weakness inside modern liberal systems themselves, a weakness that becomes fatal when combined with empire, war profit, media control, ideological panic, and permanent emergency politics. Once all of those forces gather, democracy can keep its face while losing its hands. It can still vote, but not really steer, still debate, but inside narrow frames, still protest, but without changing the deeper machinery, still criticize, but too late, too weakly, or in ways the system has already learned to absorb. That is why this is not a normal crisis of policy. It is a crisis of democratic substance, and once that becomes visible, the next claim has to be tested too. The claim that democracies are naturally more peaceful. Because if the practice of democratic states now looks this violent, this manipulative, and this selective, then that old theory cannot just be repeated like a prayer. It has to be judged by reality. That is where we now have to go. Section 4. The collapse of democratic peace. There was once a very comforting idea at the heart of modern liberal thought, that democracies do not go to war with each other, or at the very least, that democracies are more peaceful, more cautious, and more respectful of life than other systems. This idea was powerful because it was elegant. If democratic societies solve internal disputes through institutions, voting, bargaining, and public argument, then maybe they will carry the same habits into foreign policy. If people have a say, maybe they will be less eager to die and less eager to send others to die. If leaders are accountable, maybe they will hesitate before starting catastrophe. If the press is free, maybe lies will be exposed in time. If economies are open and linked, maybe war will simply make less sense. It was a hopeful theory, and hope matters in politics. The problem is that reality has not been kind to this hope, because when we look at the last decades, what do we see? Do we see democracies as the main force of restraint? Sometimes, yes. But too often we see something else. We see democracies as active participants in invasion, intervention, sanctions that punish whole populations, regime change logic, proxy wars, legal double standards, moral exceptionalism, and media narratives designed to prepare the public emotionally for the next round. That does not mean every democracy is the same. It does not mean democracies are always worse than authoritarian states in every respect. It does not mean dictatorship has suddenly become wise. It means the theory no longer protects itself by sounding noble. It must answer to evidence, and the evidence is hard. Iraq happened, Afghanistan happened, Libya happened, Syria happened, Gaza is happening, Iran is happening, Ukraine is happening inside a broader field of Western strategic choice, build-up, rhetoric, and refusal to build a real collective security order when there was still time. These are not minor blemishes. These are system-level facts. And once they are faced honestly, democratic peace theory can no longer be treated as self-evident truth. At minimum, it has to be rewritten. Maybe democracies are not naturally peaceful. Maybe democracies can be highly violent when the public is managed, the costs are displaced outward, the victims are foreign, the media frame is controlled, the moral language is selective, and the war can be narrated as defense, rescue, prevention, or civilized necessity. That is a very different theory, and a much darker one, because it suggests that democracy does not automatically humanize power. It can also moralize power. It can give power a softer voice, a better suit, a stronger story, a cleaner script, and in some cases that may make violence easier to sell, not harder. This is where many people become uncomfortable, because once you say that, you are no longer just criticizing bad leaders. You are confronting something deeper. That democratic systems can be captured, bent, and emotionally weaponized without ceasing to look democratic on the surface. And once that happens, their violence becomes especially dangerous. Why? Because it arrives with moral language already attached. It is not just force. It is force claiming innocence, not just bombing. Bombing with values, not just intervention. Intervention with conscience, not just war. War with a superior self-image. That combination is deeply destructive, because it makes self-correction harder. A dictatorship may lie openly. A democracy that lies in the language of universal morality can deceive itself too. That is one reason the current crisis runs so deep. The democracies at the center of the modern order do not only act, they narrate themselves as guardians while acting in ways that weaken the very principles they claim to protect. That contradiction is tearing through the old liberal story, and people all over the world can see it. They may not know the term democratic peace theory, but they know what hypocrisy looks like. They know what it means when the same governments that speak endlessly about rules appear constantly near war, escalation, selective legality, and favored impunity. They know what it means when our values become cover for policies that leave cities in ruins. They know what it means when empathy appears to depend on alliance structures. This is why democratic peace is not just under pressure. It is in collapse as a moral claim. That does not mean the idea of democracy should be thrown away. It means democracy can no longer be treated as morally self-proving. It must prove itself again through conduct, and to do that, another harder truth has to be faced. Maybe the problem is not only that democratic peace theory was too optimistic. Maybe the problem is that many so-called democracies are no longer truly democratic in the deeper sense that mattered to the theory in the first place. That is the fork in the road. Either the theory was always more myth than truth, or the systems now carrying the democratic label have been so hollowed out by money, security power, oligarchic influence, media capture, and permanent war logic that they no longer deserve to be treated as evidence for democracy at its best. Probably both things are true at once, and that brings us to the deepest wound, the crisis of liberalism itself. Because once democracy is hollowed by oligarchy, law is hollowed by exception, and war is normalized through moral language, then liberalism no longer looks like the defense against empire. It starts to look like empire's most polished mask. That is where we now have to go. Part 2, The Death of the Rules-Based Order, Section 3. Liberal democracy against its own claims. For a long time, the West sold one great political promise to the world. Not just that democracy was morally better, not just that it gave people a voice, not just that it protected freedom better than dictatorship, but something bigger, that democracy was safer for humanity, that democracies were less likely to go to war recklessly, that democratic leaders would be restrained by voters, that institutions would slow rash action, that a free press would expose lies, that public debate would force accountability, that human life would carry more weight in systems where people could speak, vote, organize, protest, and punish leaders at the ballot box. That was not a small claim. That was one of the core moral claims of the modern liberal order. And now that claim is in trouble. Not in a minor way, in a deep way. Because when people look at the most destructive wars, interventions, and escalations of the last decades, they do not see only dictatorship and military juntas. They also see democracies, rich democracies, proud democracies, self-congratulatory democracies, democracies that speak constantly in the language of law, rights, and moral responsibility. That is the problem. The crisis is not only that democracies sometimes fail to stop war. The crisis is that some of the most powerful democracies have repeatedly helped justify, enable, led, normalize, or excuse it. That changes everything, because once that becomes visible, the old moral pyramid starts to shake. People begin to ask the obvious question. If democracies are supposed to be restrained, why do they keep acting this way? Why do they keep finding reasons for war? Why do they keep adapting law around force? Why do they keep speaking of values while backing destruction? Why do their publics so often seem unable to stop it? Why do their institutions so often bend when the real pressure begins? These are not anti-democratic questions. They are necessary questions if democracy is to mean anything serious at all. And the first hard answer is this. A system can keep the form of democracy while losing much of its substance. Votes can remain, parties can remain, parliaments can remain, media can remain, courts can remain, constitutions can remain. And yet real power can still drift upward and outward, upward to donors, upward to lobbies, upward to intelligence structures, upward to strategic industries, upward to elite networks the public barely sees, outward into media ecosystems that shape opinion before opinion ever becomes political action. When that happens, democracy does not disappear in one clean blow. It hollows. That is the better word. It hollows out. The shell remains. The public rituals remain, the flag remains, the slogans remain, the self-image remains, but the citizens' real power over the big machinery of war, security, media, and money grows thinner. And that thinning matters, because one of the great liberal arguments was always that the people would restrain the state, not perfectly, but enough. Enough to stop fanaticism, enough to stop permanent war, enough to stop leaders from turning foreign populations into disposable matter. But what happens when the people themselves are worked on every day by propaganda, selective outrage, emotional conditioning, and narrative management? Then the restraint weakens at its source. That is one of the darkest facts of modern democracy. The public is still there, But the public is not left alone. It is fed, prompted, primed, shaped, polarized, mobilized, distracted, exhausted, turned into audience more than citizen. And once that happens, formal democracy can coexist with deep manipulation. That is not theory anymore. That is visible reality. The old democratic story also said that institutions would slow dangerous leaders down, that checks and balances would matter, that legislatures would matter, that courts, laws, scrutiny, and procedure would matter, that no one person could easily drag the state into disaster if the system was healthy. But now look around. How often do institutions really stop the big machine when the national security script begins? How often do legislatures truly reassert themselves? How often do media systems truly challenge the deepest assumptions of war? How often do political parties act like custodians of peace rather than managers of consent? Too often what we see is not restraint. We see ratification, retroactive justification, managed disagreement inside safe limits, argument about tactics, not about the underlying permission structure. That is not what democracy promised, and people can feel that gap now. They may not use academic language for it. They may not call it oligarchic capture or institutional hollowing or elite mediation of mass consent, but they know something is off. They know decisions of enormous consequence are being made far above them. They know public feeling is being managed. They know certain wars are framed one way and others another. They know some facts are emphasized and others buried. They know they are being pushed, not simply informed. This is why trust is collapsing, not because democracy is a bad idea, but because the systems calling themselves democratic are too often acting against the deeper spirit of democracy while keeping the name. And this is where liberal democracy turns against its own claims. It says, the people rule. But money often speaks louder. It says, institutions restrain. But in high-security moments, they often bend. It says, the press is free. But concentrated ownership, ideological filtering, fear, access politics, and narrative discipline shape what freedom looks like in practice. It says rights are universal, but rights language is too often applied selectively, especially across borders. It says no one is above the law, but some states, some officials, some allied projects behave as though they are shielded by political intimacy. That is not a small contradiction. That is a structural one. And once those contradictions pile up for long enough, democracy stops looking like a safeguard and starts looking like branding. That is deadly for liberal legitimacy, because the real strength of democracy was never only procedural, it was moral. It asked the world to believe that power would be more humane if subjected to public life, public argument, and public control. If that claim weakens, then democracy loses not just its shine but its moral center. And this is why the crisis is now so severe, because what we are seeing is not merely the failure of a few leaders. It is the exposure of a deeper weakness inside modern liberal systems themselves, a weakness that becomes fatal when combined with empire, war profit, media control, ideological panic, and permanent emergency politics. Once all of those forces gather, democracy can keep its face while losing its hands. It can still vote, but not really steer, still debate, but inside narrow frames, still protest, but without changing the deeper machinery, still criticize, but too late, too weakly, or in ways the system has already learned to absorb. That is why this is not a normal crisis of policy. It is a crisis of democratic substance. And once that becomes visible, the next claim has to be tested too. The claim that democracies are naturally more peaceful. Because if the practice of democratic states now looks this violent, this manipulative, and this selective, then that old theory cannot just be repeated like a prayer. It has to be judged by reality. That is where we now have to go. Section 4. The collapse of democratic peace. There was once a very comforting idea at the heart of modern liberal thought, that democracies do not go to war with each other, or at the very least, that democracies are more peaceful, more cautious, and more respectful of life than other systems. This idea was powerful because it was elegant. If democratic societies solve internal disputes through institutions, voting, bargaining, and public argument, then maybe they will carry the same habits into foreign policy. If people have a say, maybe they will be less eager to die and less eager to send others to die. If leaders are accountable, maybe they will hesitate before starting catastrophe. If the press is free, maybe lies will be exposed in time. If economies are open and linked, maybe war will simply make less sense. It was a hopeful theory, and hope matters in politics. The problem is that reality has not been kind to this hope, because when we look at the last decades, what do we see? Do we see democracies as the main force of restraint? Sometimes, yes, but too often we see something else. We see democracies as active participants in invasion, intervention, sanctions that punish whole populations, regime change logic, proxy wars, legal double standards, moral exceptionalism, and media narratives designed to prepare the public emotionally for the next round. That does not mean every democracy is the same. It does not mean democracies are always worse than authoritarian states in every respect. It does not mean dictatorship has suddenly become wise. It means the theory no longer protects itself by sounding noble. It must answer to evidence, and the evidence is hard. Iraq happened, Afghanistan happened, Libya happened, Syria happened, Gaza is happening, Iran is happening, Ukraine is happening inside a broader field of Western strategic choice, build-up, rhetoric, and refusal to build a real collective security order when there was still time. These are not minor blemishes. These are system-level facts. And once they are faced honestly, democratic peace theory can no longer be treated as self-evident truth. At minimum, it has to be rewritten. Maybe democracies are not naturally peaceful. Maybe democracies can be highly violent when the public is managed, the costs are displaced outward, the victims are foreign, the media frame is controlled, the moral language is selective, and the war can be narrated as defense, rescue, prevention, or civilized necessity. That is a very different theory, and a much darker one, because it suggests that democracy does not automatically humanize power. It can also moralize power. It can give power a softer voice, a better suit, a stronger story, a cleaner script, and in some cases that may make violence easier to sell, not harder. This is where many people become uncomfortable, because once you say that, you are no longer just criticizing bad leaders, you are confronting something deeper. The democratic systems can be captured, bent, and emotionally weaponized without ceasing to look democratic on the surface. And once that happens, their violence becomes especially dangerous. Why? Because it arrives with moral language already attached. It is not just force. It is force claiming innocence, not just bombing. Bombing with values, not just intervention. Intervention with conscience, not just war. War with a superior self-image. That combination is deeply destructive, because it makes self-correction harder. A dictatorship may lie openly. A democracy that lies in the language of universal morality can deceive itself too. That is one reason the current crisis runs so deep. The democracies at the center of the modern order do not only act, they narrate themselves as guardians while acting in ways that weaken the very principles they claim to protect. That contradiction is tearing through the old liberal story, and people all over the world can see it. They may not know the term democratic peace theory, but they know what hypocrisy looks like. They know what it means when the same governments that speak endlessly about rules appear constantly near war, escalation, selective legality, and favored impunity. They know what it means when our values become cover for policies that leave cities in ruins. They know what it means when empathy appears to depend on alliance structures. This is why democratic peace is not just under pressure. It is in collapse as a moral claim. That does not mean the idea of democracy should be thrown away. It means democracy can no longer be treated as morally self-proving. It must prove itself again through conduct. And to do that, another harder truth has to be faced. Maybe the problem is not only that democratic peace theory was too optimistic. Maybe the problem is that many so-called democracies are no longer truly democratic in the deeper sense that mattered to the theory in the first place. That is the fork in the road. Either the theory was always more myth than truth, or the systems now carrying the democratic label have been so hollowed out by money, security power, oligarchic influence, media capture, and permanent war logic that they no longer deserve to be treated as evidence for democracy at its best. Probably both things are true at once, and that brings us to the deepest wound, the crisis of liberalism itself, because once democracy is hollowed by oligarchy, law is hollowed by exception, and war is normalized through moral language, then liberalism no longer looks like the defense against empire. It starts to look like empire's most polished mask. That is where we now have to go. Part 2, The Death of the Rules-Based Order, Section 5, The Deeper Crisis of Liberalism. This is where the argument becomes painful, because many of the people making this critique are not enemies of liberalism. They are people who believed in it, people who defended it, people who admired its best promises, people who still do, in some deeper sense. That is what makes this moment so bitter. The crisis is not only that liberal states have failed to live up to liberal ideals. That kind of failure has always existed. The crisis now is that liberalism, as practiced by the ruling centers of the West, has become harder and harder to separate from. Empire, selective legality, oligarchic power, moral double standards, and permanent war logic. That is a deeper wound, because for centuries liberalism did not present itself merely as one political preference among others. It presented itself as a civilizational answer. It said, law should replace arbitrary power, rights should restrain the state, institutions should restrain rulers, debate should restrain violence, and universal dignity should restrain tribal cruelty. Those were not small claims. Those were some of the greatest claims modern political thought ever made, and that is why the present collapse cuts so deeply, because what is now being exposed is not simply Western hypocrisy. It is the possibility that Western liberalism, in its imperial form, carried the seeds of this betrayal inside itself. That does not mean liberalism was always a lie. It means it may have been divided from the beginning. One side of it was real and noble, the side that spoke of dignity, rights, conscience, limits on power, freedom of thought, equality before law, and protection from tyranny. That side mattered, it still matters, but another side grew with it, a side that assumed its own innocence too easily, a side that universalized itself while exempting itself, a side that spoke in the name of humanity while quietly ranking peoples, regions, and civilizations, a side that called itself secular and rational while often serving money, empire, and strategic force, a side that preached universality outward but practiced exception inward. That contradiction can be managed for a while, especially when power is strong, especially when the narrative machine is strong, especially when economic attraction still works, especially when the rest of the world still hopes the promises may one day become true, but not forever. At some point, contradiction becomes identity. That is what is happening now. The liberal order no longer looks like a flawed keeper of universal norms. Too often it looks like a selective manager of force. And once that image settles, something very serious happens. The old moral authority breaks. That matters more than many people realize, because power can rule for a while through money, armies, sanctions, media, and fear. But an order that wants to lead the world also needs moral legitimacy. It needs to be believed, not by everyone, not perfectly, but enough. Enough for others to still see a difference between hypocrisy and collapse. Enough for others to still think the center, however flawed, is pointing towards something better than naked domination. When that belief dies, the center begins to rot from within. That is where Western liberalism now stands. Still rich in language, still rich in symbols, still rich in self-praise, but no longer trusted the same way. Not in the global South, not in much of the Arab world, not in much of Asia, not in growing parts of Europe, not even by many people inside the West itself. And once trust erodes at home and abroad at the same time, the crisis becomes civilizational, because then liberalism no longer looks like the path away from barbarism. It starts to look like barbarism with better branding. That is a terrible sentence to have to write, but look at the evidence. Human rights language used selectively, international law invoked selectively, democracy invoked selectively, civilian life valued selectively, self-determination invoked selectively, occupation condemned selectively, terror condemned selectively, self-defense granted selectively. This is not a side flaw anymore. This is the pattern, and when the pattern becomes this visible, one question rises above all others. What exactly is left of liberal universality if exception has become its normal mode? That is the heart of the crisis, because universality was the jewel in the liberal crown. The idea that no human being falls outside moral concern, that no ruler stands above law, that no state may permanently exempt itself from the standards it imposes on others, that rights do not depend on tribe, empire, bloodline, or civilizational status. If that universality collapses, liberalism does not simply lose a feature, it loses its soul. This is why the present crisis is not merely geopolitical, it is philosophical, it is moral. It is about whether the civilization that spoke most loudly in the name of universal law still believes in universality when it becomes costly. And the answer too often now seems to be no. That answer is shaping the whole century. Because once liberalism loses credibility as a universal moral language, the field opens to other forces, some openly authoritarian, some civilizational, some oligarchic, some nationalist, some religious, some nihilistic. They all point to the same broken thing and say, "You see, they never meant it." That is one reason this failure is so dangerous. Because betrayal of universal ideals does not only weaken the betrayer, it strengthens every darker alternative waiting in the wings. That is why this moment should not be read as a simple victory of realism over idealism, or East over West, or old power over new power. It is something sadder. It is the self-undoing of a civilization that failed to protect the best part of its own inheritance. The best part was never empire, never markets alone, never military reach, never moral preaching, never intervention dressed as rescue. The best part was restraint, limits, conscience, law, mutual dignity, the hard-won idea that power should not be trusted without moral and institutional chains. That inheritance is still worth defending, but it cannot be defended by pretending nothing has gone wrong. It can only be defended by telling the truth. And the truth is this: Western liberalism, in its imperial form, is in crisis not because it was challenged from outside alone, but because it rotted from within. That rot is now visible. Visible in war, visible in language, visible in the media, visible in institutions, visible in the widening gap between what the system says and what it does. And once that gap becomes too wide, something inside people breaks. Not just trust, belonging, faith, the sense that the order, however imperfect, was still trying to become more just. That is what has now been shattered for millions. And once that shattering happens, the system may still survive materially for some time, but spiritually, morally, and politically, it has entered decline. That is the deeper crisis of liberalism. Not that it has enemies. Every system has enemies, but that it has become harder to tell where its principles end and where its exceptions begin. That is what makes the present moment so grave, and it leads directly to the next layer. Because this collapse is not only the product of bad ideas or failed theories, it has also been accelerated by elite formations that no longer seem properly attached to ordinary human limits at all. That is where the story gets darker, because beyond hypocrisy lies pathology. Section 6. From hypocrisy to pathology, at some point simple words stop being enough. Hypocrisy is one of those words. Yes, hypocrisy matters. Yes, it is real. Yes, the current order is full of it. But hypocrisy still assumes a gap between what people say and what they do. It assumes they know the standard, even if they break it. It assumes shame still exists somewhere in the structure, even if buried. What happens when that is no longer enough? What happens when the problem is not just that elites fail to live up to the ideals they preach? What happens when parts of the ruling class no longer seem deeply formed by those ideals at all? Then we need a stronger word: pathology. Because what we are now seeing in many of the ruling systems of the modern world does not look like ordinary moral weakness. It looks like a governing pathology. A class of people too insulated from consequence, too entangled with money, too practiced in manipulation, too accustomed to impunity, too morally detached from the lives broken by their decisions, too able to speak of catastrophe as if it were a line item, a narrative challenge, or a strategic asset. That is not just hypocrisy, that is deformation. And once deformation reaches high enough into the elite structure, institutions begin carrying the pathology inside themselves. The law becomes selective because the people applying it are selective. The media become hollow because the people steering them are hollow. Democracy becomes theater because the people funding, shaping, and managing it do not experience the public as equal moral beings, but as populations to move, calm, frighten, or divide. That is how a whole order hollows out. not only from bad policy, from bad formation, from people who are no longer morally serious enough to hold power without poisoning the structure around them. This is where the next part begins. Because to understand how the order has decayed so badly, we have to look beyond states and doctrines and ask a more uncomfortable question. What kind of elite culture is now governing more and more of the modern world? And what sort of human type thrives inside it? That is the next step, and it is where the story becomes darker still. Part 3, The Governing Pathology, Section 1. Epsteinarchy is not one man, it is a governing pathology. Some words arrive because old words stop working. That is how new political language is born. Not as decoration, as necessity. There are moments when the usual terms still point in the right direction, but they no longer go far enough. Corruption is one of those words. Hypocrisy is another. Elite capture is another. Oligarchy is another. All of them still matter. All of them are still true. But none of them fully captures the sickness we are now dealing with. Because the problem is no longer only that money shapes politics, or that elites lie, or that the rich protect each other, or that institutions serve power. The problem is deeper. We are dealing with a ruling culture that often looks morally unformed, spiritually hollow, sexually degraded, publicly theatrical, privately predatory, and almost completely insulated from the human weight of its own decisions. That needs a stronger name, so let us name it. Epsteinarchy is not one man, it is a governing pathology. That is the line, and it matters because if we get the name right, the whole picture becomes clearer. This is not about saying one dead criminal secretly explained the whole modern world. That would be lazy and false. This is not about fantasy, not about a cartoon conspiracy, not about pretending every event has one hidden master switch. That is not serious, and this article is not doing that. The point is something else. The point is that the Epstein world revealed a type of elite formation, a type of power network, a type of moral collapse, a type of social architecture in which wealth, access, blackmail, sexual abuse, intelligence adjacency, media silence, political protection, and elite impunity all sit in the same room. That is not fantasy. That is public history. The files are public. The names are public. The networks are public enough. The silence around them is public. The selective outrage is public. The institutional cowardice is public. You do not need to invent anything wild to see what kind of elite climate that reveals. And that climate is the point. Because once a ruling class grows inside that climate for long enough, it changes. Or rather, it is selected. Certain kinds of people rise more easily inside it. People who can live double lives. People who can speak in moral language while serving immoral systems. People who can look at suffering from a distance and still sleep. People who can be compromised and still hold office. People who can know what is happening and still protect the circle. People who can watch innocence being destroyed and still return to the dinner table, the board meeting, the campaign event, the donor call, the television studio, the summit. That is not ordinary corruption. That is moral mutation. And once enough of a class mutates that way, it begins to govern like that too. That is why the word matters, because Epsteinarchy does not mean everything is Epstein. It means something more serious. It means that the modern ruling class has, in too many places, developed inside a culture of impunity, compromise, mutual dirt, performative respectability, elite insulation, and indifference to the sacredness of ordinary human life. That is the pathology, and yes, it has sexual dimensions. Very dark ones. That matters too, because one of the surest signs that a ruling class has become anti-human is the way it treats innocents, children, the weak, the voiceless, those with no power to resist, those whose pain can be hidden. A civilization does not collapse only when its laws fail. It collapses when its elites stop feeling horror at the desecration of innocence. That is one of the deepest lines in this whole essay, and we have crossed that line, not only because abuse happened. Abuse has always happened in human history, but because systems around power learned to absorb it, hide it, manage it, downplay it, delay it, survive it, and in some cases reward those who stayed useful enough. That is what changes corruption into pathology. A bribe is corruption. A patronage deal is corruption. A rigged contract is corruption. A bought vote is corruption. but a world in which elite networks can overlap with abuse, blackmail, criminality, intelligence proximity, media management, and still remain socially functional at the top. That is not just corruption. That is civilizational sickness. And once that sickness reaches high enough into the upper floors of power, it begins to shape how the whole order behaves. That is why this matters for war. Because war in a healthy moral world is frightening. Even when necessary, it is frightening. It is treated as last resort, a burden, a failure of peace, a step into tragedy. But in a pathological elite culture, war changes meaning. It becomes usable, profitable, theatrical, politically manageable, and emotionally distant. The dead become statistics. The displaced become pressure points. The bombed become narrative material. The grieving become background. That is what happens when elites no longer live inside ordinary moral reality. And this is why we have to say something even harder. A governing pathology does not need perfect coordination. That point is vital. One of the easiest mistakes people make is to imagine only two choices. Either everything is accidental and there is no deeper pattern, or everything is centrally planned by one hidden hand. Real life is usually uglier than both. The more realistic picture is this. You can have many actors from different worlds with different motives, all converging inside the same decayed structure. A war profiteer does not need to share theology with an apocalyptic preacher. A cynical politician does not need to share private desires with an intelligence broker. A media executive does not need to share ideology with a weapons contractor. A donor does not need to share spiritual beliefs with a strategist. They do not have to agree on everything. They only need to live inside the same system of mutual utility, selective silence, elite immunity, and managed public perception. That is how pathological systems actually work, not through magical unity, through overlapping corruption. And the more compromised the class becomes, the more anti-human the system becomes. That phrase matters too, anti-human. Not in some abstract slogan sense, in a literal moral sense. A system becomes anti-human when it stops treating human beings as ends and starts treating them as material for profit, material for leverage, material for blackmail, material for spectacle, material for war, material for narrative. That is exactly the direction many ruling systems are moving in now. And once that happens, catastrophe does not horrify power the way it should. It becomes manageable. That is one of the darkest truths of our time. Ordinary people still react like humans. They see burned children and feel horror. They see war widows and feel grief. They see cities ruined and feel dread. They see abuse and feel disgust. But a pathological ruling class reacts differently. It asks, can this be contained? Can this be narrated? Can this be delayed? Can this be denied? Can this be turned to advantage? Can this be made to disappear beneath new headlines? That is what anti-human governance looks like in practice. Not always with blood on its own hands, sometimes with spotless hands, perfectly tailored suits, beautiful language, high office, elegant philanthropy, civilized manners. That is what makes it so dangerous, because pathology at the top rarely arrives screaming. It arrives smiling. It arrives networked, credentialed, polished, connected, endorsed, and surrounded by people too dependent, too compromised, too frightened, or too ambitious to stop it. That is why this section matters so much. Because unless we face the type of elite culture now operating across large parts of the Western power system, we will keep speaking too softly. We will say, policy failure, misjudgment, overreach, contradiction, bad messaging, strategic error. Sometimes those words are true, but sometimes they are too gentle. Sometimes what we are looking at is not a mistake. It is a class of people governing from inside a damaged moral universe, and in that universe, shame is weak, empathy is shallow, innocence is expendable, truth is tactical, and catastrophe is acceptable if it keeps the machine moving. That is what Epsteinarchy points to. Not one person, a ruling pattern, a civilizational pattern, a social type that has become too comfortable in the dark. Now let us sharpen the definition. Epsteinarchy is a transnational elite order shaped by wealth, access, mutual compromise, sexual and moral corruption, intelligence adjacency, media influence, political brokerage, and insulation from accountability. That is the working definition. And the core of it is not sex. It is not scandal. It is not gossip. The core is this: a class formed in that environment cannot be trusted to defend a humane order. Why would it? Its members do not rise by defending innocence. They rise by surviving compromise, by navigating dirt, by protecting the circle, by staying useful, by saying the right things in public while tolerating the intolerable in private. That is not the soil from which moral civilization grows. That is the soil from which elegant barbarism grows. And elegant barbarism is exactly what the modern West is now drifting toward. Not open barbarism only, not crude barbarism only, barbarism with institutions, barbarism with legal vocabulary, barbarism with foundations and boards and conferences and televised concern. That is why so many people feel something is wrong even when they cannot yet name it. They sense that the rot is not only in one policy, not only in one war, not only in one administration. They sense that the class itself has changed, that it no longer stands inside normal human limits, that it no longer fears moral degradation enough, that it can survive exposure because exposure itself has been normalized. And once a ruling class reaches that point, it becomes capable of things it would once have feared becoming. That includes war without conscience. That includes law without universality. That includes democracy without substance. That includes media without truth. That includes prestige without honor. That includes power without humanity. This is why the next step is unavoidable. If Epsteinarchy names the pathology, we must now ask, how does that pathology actually govern? Through money, yes. Through media, yes. Through lobbies, yes. Through lawfare, yes. Through intelligence channels, yes. But also through something more basic, through the training of perception itself, through narrative, through emotional management, through cognitive warfare. That is the next layer. Because a pathological elite cannot rule for long without also shaping what the public is able to see, feel, and think. And that is exactly what the modern system has become so skilled at doing. Part 3, The Governing Pathology, Section 2. Oligarchy, war, and engineered consent. A ruling pathology cannot govern by force alone, not in modern mass societies, not for long. It needs something else. It needs permission, or at least the appearance of permission. It needs the public not to see too clearly, not to think too long, not to connect too many dots, not to feel the same moral shock at every victim, not to notice when old words stop meaning what they mean. That is where oligarchy and perception management meet. And this is one of the most important things to understand about the modern order. The people who profit from war do not only build weapons, they help build the emotional weather around war. That is a huge point, because most people still imagine war in old ways. A government decides, a military acts, a media reports, the public reacts. That is far too simple now. Today, war sits inside a much bigger machine. A machine of donors, contractors, lobbyists, consultants, think tanks, intelligence-linked networks, media groups, data firms, platform systems, and moral language factories. By the time a war reaches the public, it has often already passed through many hands that shaped how it will be seen. That shaping matters, because in a real democracy, people are supposed to judge power. In an oligarchic democracy, power tries to prejudge reality for them. That is the difference, and once you see that, a lot of things become clearer. Why are some wars framed as urgent moral emergencies while others are softened, blurred, or justified? Why do some civilian deaths lead every bulletin while others become passive voice? Why are some people always shown as individuals and others always as numbers? Why do some conflicts come with historical context and others begin at the exact moment most useful to power? Because perception is governed. Not perfectly, not absolutely, but systematically enough to matter. This is where the military-industrial world becomes much bigger than weapons alone. War is not only profitable because bombs are sold. War is profitable because war creates a whole ecosystem of dependency. Weapons firms profit, private contractors profit, data firms profit, security consultants profit, media platforms profit from fear, urgency, and emotional traffic. Political actors profit from emergency language. Think tanks profit from relevance. Careerists profit from access. Parties profit from rally effects. Ideologues profit from crisis. And pathological elites profit because war conditions let them govern through panic, patriotism, and moral simplification. That is why permanent instability can become attractive from above. not attractive to ordinary people. Never that. Ordinary people want calm, predictability, safety, food prices that hold, children who grow up, homes that remain standing, news that does not carry fresh horror every morning. But an elite system can learn to feed off instability. That is one of the ugliest facts of our age. A war system does not have to want world destruction in order to become addicted to crisis. It only has to discover that crisis concentrates power, weakens scrutiny, justifies secrecy, activates spending, disciplines dissent, and keeps whole populations emotionally dependent on official narratives. Once that lesson is learned deeply enough, peace itself can begin to look inconvenient to the system. Peace raises questions, war postpones them. Peace invites public judgment, war demands unity. Peace reveals decay at home, war redirects attention outward. Peace makes inequality harder to excuse, war wraps inequality in flags. Peace lets people notice who stole from them. War tells them to focus on the enemy first. That is why war and oligarchy fit each other so well. Not because oligarchs all sit around one table drawing one master map. Again, that is too simple. They fit each other because they solve each other's problems. War gives oligarchy heat, cover, urgency, moral theater, spending streams, and emotional discipline. Oligarchy gives war money, lobbying, media narratives, think tank legitimacy, platform management, and elite cohesion. That is the real relationship. And once you see it, you stop asking childish questions like, why would they want instability? Because for ordinary human beings, instability is misery. For a pathological elite structure, instability can be manageable and useful as long as the pain lands far enough away or low enough down. That is the dividing line. Who bleeds? Who decides? Who profits? Who narrates? These are always the right questions. Now we need to look at one of the darkest tools in this whole system, engineered consent. This is not a new idea, but it has become more advanced, more intimate, and more constant. The old forms were already bad enough. Governments briefed friendly journalists. Owners shaped editorial lines. War language was softened. Casualties were managed. Context was selected. All of that still exists, but now the system goes deeper. Now perception is shaped through repetition, algorithmic amplification, emotional priming, influencer networks, strategic silence, visual framing, selective chronology, platform incentives, and constant low-level psychological conditioning. That is why the public can be saturated with war without fully understanding war, saturated with outrage without perspective, saturated with facts without structure, saturated with images without proportion, saturated with righteousness without reflection. This is the real triumph of narrative management. Not that people know nothing, but that they know fragments in the wrong order, at the wrong emotional volume, under the wrong moral framing. That is enough to govern perception. A modern public can be very informed and still strategically blind. That is a terrifying fact, and it is exactly what oligarchic media ecologies produce. Not total ignorance, managed attention. That phrase matters. The public is not always lied to in the old crude sense. It is often managed through emphasis. What comes first? What comes last? What is repeated? What is buried? Whose face is shown? Whose body is hidden? Which event starts the timeline? Which event is treated as too complicated for television? That is how emotional hierarchy is built. And once emotional hierarchy is built, moral hierarchy follows. Some lives feel central, some peripheral. Some deaths feel shocking, some expected. Some acts feel like history, some feel like weather. That is how war becomes easier to continue. Because once enough of the audience has been trained into selective feeling, the machine no longer needs full belief. It only needs enough distance to keep outrage uneven, enough distance to keep complexity dull, enough distance to stop the public from identifying too deeply with those outside the political circle of concern. That is one of the main functions of elite media in a war order. Not always to persuade everyone, just to prevent moral convergence. That is enough. If people do not converge morally, they do not push hard enough politically. If they do not push hard enough politically, the machine keeps moving. Now add the role of lobbies. This part matters too, because oligarchic systems do not only shape publics, they shape states from inside. Lobbying is often spoken of as if it were just part of normal democratic life. A group argues for its interests. Another group argues for its interests. Policymakers decide. That is the clean picture. The real picture is much dirtier. In systems already hollowed out by money, lobbying becomes structured pressure by concentrated interests with massive incentive, insider access, narrative support, and long-term strategic focus. That is not citizen voice. That is organized leverage. And when the issues are war, foreign policy, sanctions, intelligence, arms, data, or national security, the gap between ordinary public influence and organized elite influence becomes enormous. This is why democracies can end up serving small pro-war minorities over large pro-peace majorities. The majority may want calm. The minority wants policy. And the minority is organized. That matters more than most people understand. A broad public interest in peace is emotionally real but politically weak, unless it is structured. A narrow elite interest in escalation is politically powerful if it has money, access, repetition, and institutional habit on its side. That is one reason modern democracies can become so violent while still claiming popular legitimacy. The public did not explicitly choose the war machine as such. It was surrounded by it, shaped by it, spoken for by it, emotionally trained by it, and then asked to ratify within narrow frames. That is not popular sovereignty in any meaningful deep sense. That is mass-managed oligarchy. And once you reach that stage, the press itself changes role. The press no longer acts mainly as watchdog. Too often it becomes validator, amplifier, mood shaper, timing device, and language cleaner. It cleans the language of power. That is a huge function. Power says one ugly thing. The media translates it into something fit for polite circulation. A bombing becomes pressure. A starvation policy becomes leverage. The war crime allegation becomes a disputed claim. A mass death event becomes a difficult operational context. Collective punishment becomes a security dilemma. That cleaning function is not neutral. It is one of the central ways modern elites protect themselves from the moral meaning of their own actions. If the public ever heard things too plainly, many systems would crack faster. So the language is managed. And once language is managed, feeling is managed. And once feeling is managed, action is delayed. And once action is delayed, power survives another cycle. This is why oligarchy and engineered consent belong in the same sentence. Because oligarchy without narrative control would face much greater resistance, and narrative control without oligarchic backing would have less institutional force. Together they create a durable system of public disorientation. People still feel, but they feel out of order. People still know, but they know without structure. People still judge, but they judge inside frames they did not create. That is how modern power learns to rule democratically without being meaningfully ruled by democratic publics. And that takes us directly into the next layer. Because engineered consent is not only about media ownership or public relations or lobbying, it goes deeper than that. It enters the mind. It shapes sequence, memory, fear, identity, disgust, urgency, tribal loyalty, and the perceived boundaries of thought itself. That is where the word cognitive warfare starts to matter, not as a buzzword, as a description of what happens when the battle is no longer only for land, oil, borders, or airspace, but for perception itself. And once perception becomes a battlefield, the pathology of the elite order becomes even more dangerous. Because now it is not only governing through money and force, it is governing through the design of what reality feels like to the people below. That is the next layer we have to face. Part 3, The Governing Pathology, Section 3. Cognitive warfare and the capture of perception. There was a time when war was easier to see. A war began. Troops moved. Borders shifted. Cities were hit. The facts were bloody and visible. Propaganda still existed, of course. Lies still existed. But there was still a clearer line between the battlefield and the mind. That line is much weaker now. Today the mind is part of the battlefield. Not in some poetic sense, in a practical one. Perception is now contested in real time. Emotion is shaped in real time. Memory is edited in real time. Language is softened, sharpened, blurred, or moralized in real time. The public is not only informed about war, it is prepared for war, kept inside war, directed through war, and very often prevented from seeing war whole. That is what cognitive warfare means in practice. It means the struggle is no longer only over territory, resources, allies, or airspace. It is also over what people see, what they fail to see, what they feel first, what they forget, what they fear, what they excuse, and what they are trained to accept. This matters because modern elites have learned something older empires only understood in rougher form. It is not enough to control events, you must also control the meaning of events. That is the real battle. Because if people saw events in their raw moral form too often, many ruling structures would not hold. If enough people saw war as war rather than as deterrence, security operations, degradation, stability measures, or humanitarian necessity, then support would crack faster. So the event itself is never enough for power. Power needs interpretation. That is where cognitive warfare begins. Not with one giant lie, that image is too simple. Cognitive warfare is usually finer than that. It works through atmosphere, through framing, through pace, through repetition, through sequence. What comes first, what comes second, what is given a face, what is given a number, what is shown close up, what is shown from far away, what begins the timeline, what history is treated as relevant, what history is treated as too complicated, what word is used in the headline, what word is saved for the body text, who is massacred, who merely dies, who responds, who escalates, who retaliates, who launches, who is concerned, who is aggressive. This is not a minor question of style. It is the architecture of feeling. And once feeling is shaped, judgment follows. That is why whole populations can live inside a flood of information and still remain morally disoriented. Not because they know nothing, because they are being taught how to feel before they are allowed to think. That is the genius of the modern information system. It does not always need to hide facts. It can simply arrange them. That arrangement is power. A child killed by one actor becomes the face of an era. A child killed by another actor becomes one more image in an endless scroll. One atrocity begins history. Another atrocity is treated as background. One fear becomes civilization-level emergency. Another becomes regrettable but familiar. That is how moral hierarchy is built in the mind. And once moral hierarchy is built, democratic restraint weakens. Because the public no longer responds to violence itself. It responds to filtered violence. Violence already sorted into acceptable and unacceptable lanes. Already morally priced, already positioned inside a story. That is what makes cognitive warfare so dangerous. It colonizes instinct. Not perfectly, not in every person, but enough to matter, enough to stop publics from converging around universal human reactions, enough to keep outrage uneven, enough to keep memory fragmented, enough to keep whole societies from asking the simplest questions. Why is this death worth more attention than that one? Why is this fear treated as sacred and that fear as paranoia? Why is this legal standard binding and that one optional? Why does history begin where power wants it to begin? These are the questions cognitive warfare tries to prevent. Because if people ask them honestly and often enough, the official script begins to crack. And the official script is everything. That phrase should be taken seriously. The script is not decoration. The script tells the public who is innocent, who is dangerous, who is regrettable, who is beyond sympathy, who is tragic, who is strategic, who is allowed to strike, and who is allowed only to die. This is why modern propaganda is so much more than lying. A crude lie can be exposed. A total blackout can be noticed. But a moral script that mixes facts, emotion, timing, omission, and selective empathy is much harder to fight. Because it enters ordinary language, it becomes common sense. People begin repeating it without feeling they are repeating power. They believe they are just reacting naturally. That is the great success of cognitive warfare, to make the managed response feel spontaneous. Now add technology. This is where the older propaganda model mutates into something more intimate. Platforms reward speed over reflection, emotion over proportion, shock over context, tribe over thought, identity over principle, algorithm over moral depth. That is not accidental. A system built that way is perfectly suited for war politics, because war politics needs urgency, fear, oversimplification, emotional trigger, enemy image, and short memory. The modern platform environment supplies all of that. Not because every platform is secretly run by one war office, again, that is too childish. It supplies it because the system naturally rewards the very mental habits that make public manipulation easier. Faster judgment, less depth, more reaction, more tribal sorting, more attention to spectacle, less attention to structure. That is the environment in which elite narrative management becomes much easier. And this is why cognitive warfare is not some exotic side topic. It sits at the center of modern governance, especially in democracies that can no longer rely on old, blunt censorship. In open societies, power has to become more elegant. It cannot only silence, it must also saturate, it must flood the space, flood it with commentary, flood it with urgency, flood it with approved moral grammar, flood it with endless near thoughts that keep real thought from forming. That is another deep function of modern media systems. Not only to inform badly, but to prevent sustained inner attention, because sustained inner attention is dangerous to manage systems. A person who slows down can connect, a person who connects can compare, a person who compares can detect double standards, a person who detects double standards can fall out of moral obedience. So the rhythm itself must be controlled. Fast outrage, fast forgetting, fast replacement, fast emotional turnover. This keeps the public morally exhausted and politically weak. That is not a side effect anymore. It is part of the structure, and it creates a new kind of citizen. A citizen who is highly stimulated but thinly informed, highly expressive but weakly grounded, highly moralized but selectively empathic, highly reactive but strategically passive. That citizen can still vote, still post, still argue, still feel, but cannot easily hold the whole picture in mind for long enough to challenge the machinery. That is one of the central victories of modern elite rule. Now let us push deeper. Cognitive warfare also works through the shrinking of the imaginable. This is one of its least visible effects. People are not only told what to think, they are taught what kinds of thought are allowed to feel reasonable. This matters enormously. Certain questions become serious, others become extreme. Certain doubts are called responsible, others are called dangerous. Certain sympathies are treated as mature, others as suspicious. Certain historical links are treated as obvious, others as taboo. That is how perception is fenced, not with prison walls, with reputational borders. This is why so many intelligent people can still reproduce dead language without noticing it. They are not necessarily stupid. They are fenced. They know which thoughts carry social cost, which historical comparisons trigger punishment, which lines of inquiry make one unsafe, discredited, or extreme. That is how modern control differs from older open censorship. It operates through filtered respectability, and respectability is one of the most effective tools of elite management, because most people do not want to be heroes. They want to remain legible, employable, publishable, invitable, trustworthy in the eyes of institutions that already shape the permitted frame. That is enough to keep large parts of the educated class inside the emotional grammar of power. This is why the distinction between analyst and propagandist has become so unstable, not because every analyst is corrupt, but because the environment itself rewards those who stay within approved cognitive lanes. The result is disastrous. The very people who should be widening thought often narrow it. The very people who should clarify conflict often clean the language of conflict. The very people who should resist emotional scripting often reproduce it with more polished words. That is one reason so many publics now feel both overwhelmed and starved at the same time. There is endless information, endless comment, endless interpretation, and yet the basic truth remains hidden. Not because nobody says it, because the system keeps pushing people away from total moral sight. That phrase matters too. Total moral sight. What would total moral sight mean? It would mean seeing all victims as human, all power through the same moral lens, all law through the same standard, all fear as fear, all state violence as violence, all innocence as equally sacred. That kind of sight is fatal to selective empire. So the public must be taught not to see that way, and that is exactly what cognitive warfare does. It narrows sympathy, it organizes outrage, it edits chronology, it manages attention, it fragments memory, it turns universality into abstraction and tribal instinct into political reflex. That is how an anti-human elite order protects itself, not only with money, not only with law, not only with force, but with perception. And once perception is governed, law becomes easier to bend, war easier to sell, and democracy easier to hollow out. This is why the pathology we are describing is more dangerous than older forms of naked authoritarianism in some ways. It does not merely silence thought, it pre-shapes thought, It gives people words before they have looked, feelings before they have judged, conclusions before they have understood. That is how a population can be politically active and still strategically blind. That is also how a civilization can become morally exhausted without fully understanding how it got there. Now the next step becomes unavoidable. If perception has been shaped so deeply, and if oligarchic systems have fused war, money, narrative, and elite protection, then we must ask, what happens when such a system joins hands with sacred ideology? What happens when a morally degraded elite order discovers that it can use apocalyptic religion as fuel? That is where the present crisis becomes even more dangerous, because that is exactly where the paths of Christian Zionism and hardline secular Zionism begin to converge. And once they converge inside a damaged liberal order, the danger rises sharply. That is where we have to go next. Part 3, The Governing Pathology, Section 4. When nihilism meets prophecy, some alliances are built on shared belief. Others are built on shared use. This is one of the hardest things for people to understand about the present moment. They keep looking for neat unity. One ideology, one camp, one doctrine, one grand plan with one clean center. That is not how real power usually works. Real power often works through convergence. Different actors, different motives, different final goals, but the same immediate direction. That is what we are dealing with now. A degraded elite order does not need to believe in God to use those who do. A religious extremist does not need to love secular elites to work with them. A hardline nationalist does not need to share theology with an apocalyptic movement if both benefit from war now. That is the real picture, and it is much more dangerous than the simpler versions. Because what we are seeing is the convergence of two forces that should alarm anyone still serious about civilization. A morally hollow elite culture on one side, a sacred end-times political imagination on the other. Nihilism and prophecy, that is the phrase, not because the two are identical, because they can feed each other. This is where many people get confused. They think secular elites and religious extremists must naturally oppose each other. Sometimes they do, but not always. A cynical, power-driven, compromised ruling class can still find religious extremism useful. It can use its heat, its conviction, its discipline, its myth, its emotional force, its willingness to turn war into moral necessity. At the same time, religious extremism can find secular power useful. It can use the state, the army, the bureaucracy, the platform, the donor base, the intelligence links, the media access. One side brings machinery, the other brings fire. That is a terrifying combination, because once machinery and fire join hands, limits disappear very quickly. This is the deeper meaning of the Christian Zionist and secular Zionist convergence. We must be precise here. They are not the same thing. Christian Zionism is rooted in a prophetic reading of history. It sees Israel not simply as a state among states, but as a sacred marker in a divine timetable. It sees the Middle East not simply as a region, but as the stage of final events. It sees Jerusalem not only politically, but eschatologically. It sees conflict not only as tragedy, but as fulfillment. That is one worldview. Secular Zionism, especially in its harder and more militarized forms, is different. It is not mainly about the Book of Revelation. It is not mainly about Christian salvation. It is not mainly about the Second Coming. It is about state power, security doctrine, strategic depth, territorial control, demographic engineering in some cases, military supremacy, permanent vigilance, and increasingly, in its most hardened forms, a politics of exception without end. That is the second worldview. They are not identical, and yet they can reinforce each other powerfully. Christian Zionism says this conflict is sacred. Hardline secular Zionism says this conflict is necessary. Christian Zionism says history must move toward prophetic culmination. Hardline secular Zionism says the region must be shaped by force until no rival can rise. Christian Zionism says Jerusalem is part of a divine script. Hardline secular Zionism says Jerusalem is part of an indivisible political project. Different logics, same acceleration. That is the key. And once those two streams begin to meet inside the institutions of a superpower, the danger multiplies. Because now war has spiritual meaning for some, strategic meaning for others, and moral exemption for both. That last part matters enormously. Moral exemption. Every war machine seeks it, every empire craves it, every ideology of domination needs it. The belief that what would be criminal in others becomes necessary in us. That is the core poison. And once moral exemption becomes fused with sacred urgency, the result is explosive. Then destruction is not only permissible, it is redemptive for some. Then escalation is not only acceptable, it is duty. Then compromise is not only weak, it becomes betrayal. Then international law is not only inconvenient, it becomes an obstacle to destiny. This is why the current moment feels more feverish than many earlier crises, because law is not only being bent by cynical actors, it is also being bypassed by people who no longer treat law as morally final. That changes everything. It means that appeals to universalism become weaker. Appeals to proportionality become weaker. Appeals to secular restraint become weaker. Appeals to coexistence become weaker, not because nobody makes those appeals, because they are up against actors and systems that increasingly answer to a different moral atmosphere. This is where Western secular liberalism begins to die from within, and it is important to say that clearly. The crisis is not only that Western liberalism has enemies outside, it always had enemies outside. The deeper crisis is that it has invited into itself forces that do not actually believe in its deepest commitments. Commitments like equal human worth, universal law, limits on state punishment, secular public reason, plural coexistence, and the rejection of sacred exemption in political violence. Once those commitments weaken, liberalism remains only as shell. The institutions stay, the courts stay, the elections stay, the constitutions stay, the language stays. But the spirit changes, and when the spirit changes, the shell can be used to carry things hostile to its own birth. That is exactly what is now happening. The modern Western system increasingly hosts, protects, or bends toward forces that are not merely post-liberal. They are anti-liberal in substance. Some are anti-liberal because they are tribal and exceptionalist. Some because they are oligarchic and anti-democratic. Some because they are apocalyptic and anti-secular. Some because they are openly civilizational in ways that deny universal equality. Together, they do not create a new healthy synthesis. They hollow out the old one. That is why the present crisis should not be described simply as liberalism under attack. It is liberalism in self-betrayal, and that betrayal is happening through convergence, not one ideology taking total control, many forces using each other inside a damaged center. Now let us go one step deeper. What happens psychologically when nihilism meets prophecy? A lot of ordinary moral breaks disappear. The nihilist already does not believe in stable moral limits. He believes in power, advantage, survival, leverage, and image. The prophet of sacred war already believes ordinary limits must yield before a higher script. Put the two together and you get a politics that can justify almost anything. The nihilist says, if destruction works, use it. The extremist says, if destruction is ordained, embrace it. One strips away pity. The other sanctifies the result. That is not just dangerous. It is civilizationally lethal if it grows large enough, because then innocence loses protection from both sides. The cynic does not care enough. The fanatic does not stop enough. That is the zone we are now entering, and this is why words like demonic undertone begin to feel less like rhetoric and more like moral description. Again, not as a laboratory claim, not as superstition, not as a cheap dramatic move, as a moral description. What else do you call a system that desecrates innocence, manipulates truth, treats law as instrument, feeds on death, and can wrap all of this in either polished diplomacy or sacred destiny, depending on the audience? You do not need horns and myths to describe something as demonic in undertone. You only need inversion, good called evil, evil called good, destruction called redemption, cruelty called necessity, domination called security, desecration called destiny. That inversion is everywhere now, and it is one of the surest signs that the crisis is deeper than policy. That is why the convergence of Christian Zionism and hardline secular Zionism matters so much, not because it explains everything, because it explains one of the most volatile engines inside the current breakdown. And we must be honest about the asymmetry of use here. Christian Zionists may imagine they are using the Jewish state for prophecy. Hardline secular Zionists may imagine they are using Christian Zionists for support, power, and cover. Both may be right in part. That is what makes the alliance so unstable and so dangerous. It is based not on full mutual truth, but on mutual use. And alliances built on mutual use often become most reckless precisely because they are not grounded in real moral limits. Each side takes what it needs. Each side intensifies the other. Each side moves the center further away from restraint. Meanwhile, Western secular publics are told this is all. Security, democracy, civilization, values, anti-terror necessity, or historical justice, that is the cover story. The deeper reality is much uglier. It is the fusion of elite impunity, strategic domination, sacred exceptionalism, and public emotional management. That fusion does not produce peace. It produces a long emergency, and long emergencies are perfect for pathological systems. They silence objections. They justify surveillance. They reward loyalty. They excuse cruelty. They blur legality. They make the public tired enough to accept the unacceptable. That is exactly why this convergence is so useful to the governing pathology. It gives it not only fear, it gives it myth, and myth is stronger than argument. An argument can be challenged. A myth organizes identity. That is why the system is now so dangerous. It does not only ask the public to obey, it asks them to belong. To belong to civilization, destiny, the fight against darkness, the side of history, the side of God, the side of survival. And once politics takes that form, universal law is already in retreat, because the universal says, all human beings remain human. The mythic warframe says, some are enemies of being itself. That is the leap, and once that leap is made, almost anything can follow. This is why the present moment should terrify anyone who still values secular law, human equality, and moral universality. Not because religion exists. Religion always existed, but because apocalyptic political religion is now converging with degraded elite systems inside the armed core of the most powerful order on earth. That is not a fringe problem. It is one of the central dangers of the age, and it leads naturally to the next question. If such a convergence exists, why does it work so well with permanent war? Why does the machine keep moving even when disaster should already have forced a pause? The answer is simple. Because too many powerful interests now gain from movement itself, from tension, from emergency, from conflict without closure. That is the war machine as convergence point, and that is where we go next, Part 3, the Governing Pathology, Section 5. The war machine as convergence point. By now, one thing should be clear. This is not one clean ideology pushing history in one straight line. That picture is too simple, too neat, too comforting in a strange way. The truth is messier. And worse, what we are looking at is a convergence point. That is the right phrase. A place where different forces meet, different motives, different appetites, different classes of people, different moral worlds, and yet all of them can still push in the same direction, toward war, toward escalation, toward exception, toward managed chaos, toward a world in which violence becomes easier to justify and harder to stop. That convergence point is the modern war machine, not just the military, not just weapons firms, not just the state, the whole machine. The contractors, the donors, the lobbyists, the media handlers, the think tanks, the data firms, the platform systems, the ideological preachers, the strategic planners, the legal apologists, the intelligence brokers, the compromised elites, the sacred war believers, the cynics who use them, the respectable people who clean the language afterwards. All of them do not have to agree. That is the key. They only have to keep the machine moving. One group wants profit, another wants strategic supremacy, another wants domestic political cover, another wants access, another wants ideology vindicated, another wants prophecy fulfilled, another wants permanent emergency because it concentrates power, another wants chaos because chaos weakens rivals, another simply wants to stay useful to the dominant network. That is enough. That is how complex systems of destruction actually work, not through total agreement, through useful overlap. This is why trying to explain everything with one motive always fails. It is not only oil, not only empire, not only religion, not only Israel, not only the military-industrial complex, not only wounded pride, not only civilizational panic, not only elite corruption. It is the way all of these can now feed each other. That is the real danger. Because once a system reaches that stage, it develops a terrifying property. It no longer needs a final destination to keep going. Movement itself becomes enough. Crisis is enough. Escalation is enough. Tension is enough. The next round is enough. That is why so many modern wars feel strangely endless. Not endless because no one can imagine peace. Endless because too many parts of the machine are fed by continuation. Peace would interrupt too many streams. It would interrupt spending streams, fear streams, media attention streams, relevance streams, donor streams, campaign streams, ideological streams, identity streams, and power streams. That is why permanent war logic is so hard to break once it settles in. It becomes structural. No one person has to wake up and say, let us keep war going forever. The machine itself already leans that way. And once enough interests are attached to the machine, peace begins to look like dislocation. Too many people would have to lose money, relevance, narrative control, strategic leverage, emotional command over the public, and the moral permission that crisis gives to power. That is why even obvious disasters often do not produce the pause they should. You would think Iraq would have taught enough. You would think Afghanistan would have taught enough. You would think Libya would have taught enough. You would think Syria would have taught enough. You would think Gaza would have forced a moral break. You would think the nuclear danger around Ukraine and Iran would have terrified enough people into restraint. But the machine keeps moving. Why? Because the machine does not experience failure the way ordinary human beings do. That point matters. Ordinary people see dead children, broken homes, lost futures, wounded soldiers, empty towns, traumatized generations, and a world made more dangerous. The machine sees something else. It sees appropriations, strategic openings, message discipline, new alignments, security arguments, loyalty tests, industrial demand, domestic political use, and the chance to move one more piece on the board. That is why the emotional gap between rulers and ruled now feels so vast. Because in a healthy society, catastrophe frightens the leadership too. In a pathological order, catastrophe is filtered, buffered, narrated, priced, managed, and once catastrophe can be managed that way, some elites begin to treat it not as a warning but as an operating environment. That is one of the darkest lines in this whole argument. The modern war machine is no longer simply reacting to crises. It has become adapted to them. Adapted systems are very hard to stop. Now let us connect this back to the previous section. When nihilism meets prophecy, the machine gets even stronger. Why? Because then continuation is no longer supported only by money and power. It is also supported by meaning. A war machine fed only by profit is dangerous enough. A war machine fed by strategy is dangerous enough. A war machine fed by fear is dangerous enough. But a war machine fed at once by profit, power, fear, myth, and sacred urgency becomes far harder to restrain, because each side strengthens what the others lack. The cynic lacks conviction, the believer supplies it. The believer lacks machinery, the cynic supplies it. The oligarch lacks moral language. The ideologue supplies it. The ideologue lacks institutional reach. The oligarch supplies it. That is the fusion. And once it stabilizes, even partially, war no longer feels like emergency inside the system. It feels like purpose. That is how a civilization drifts toward something much darker than ordinary state competition. A culture of organized escalation, not because every person inside it loves war, but because too many parts of the system have stopped fearing it enough, and too many other parts actively feed on it. This is where people often say, but surely they do not want total collapse. Probably many do not. But that is not the right question. The right question is whether they can keep pushing conditions that make collapse more likely while still telling themselves they are acting responsibly. The answer is yes. History is full of such people. People who did not want apocalypse but still walked toward it step by step because each step served some immediate need. Pride, profit, fear, ideology, revenge, momentum, or simple refusal to back down. That is exactly how systems break. Not only through evil intention, through converging incentives inside damaged moral structures, and that is why the language of mistake can become too soft. At some point, if a system keeps producing the same kinds of disasters while rewarding the people and institutions that produce them, then we are no longer looking at error alone. We are looking at design tendencies. Not one secret master design, a design tendency, a system structurally tilted toward emergency over calm, force over law, narrative over truth, punishment over settlement, managed instability over mutual security, and strategic exception over universal restraint. That is enough to endanger civilization. Because such systems do not need full coherence to be deadly, they only need enough momentum, and momentum is exactly what the modern war machine now has. This is why so many people feel trapped in a rhythm they did not choose. One crisis, then another, one emergency, then another, one last resort, then another, one war sold as unavoidable, then another one approaching before the first one is even morally absorbed. That is not coincidence. That is machine time. The machine cannot stop long enough to allow moral reckoning, because moral reckoning would threaten too much. It would threaten careers, contracts, alliances, myths, self-images, and the whole architecture of selective innocence on which the system now rests. That is why the machine needs speed. Speed helps it survive. Fast outrage, fast forgetting, fast narrative shift, fast emotional replacement, fast movement from one theater to the next. That speed is not only technological, it is political. It prevents the public from holding the whole body of evidence in one place long enough to understand the pattern. And that pattern is this. The machine keeps moving because too many powerful interests now meet inside movement itself. Not all of them know each other. Not all of them trust each other. Not all of them want the same final outcome. But they can still share the same immediate need. Keep the crisis alive. Keep the frame intact. Keep the public inside the script. Keep the moral center weak. Keep the exception open. Keep the language of emergency stronger than the language of peace. That is the war machine as convergence point. And once you see it that way, the next truth becomes unavoidable. The present order is not only hypocritical, not only captured, not only oligarchic, not only propagandized, it is morally degrading the civilization that carries it. Because no society can live too long inside selective war, selective law, selective empathy, and selective truth without changing its character. This is the deeper cost, not only what the machine destroys outside, what it makes normal inside the media, inside the parties, inside the universities, inside the churches, inside the security institutions, inside the public soul. That is why this is not just a foreign policy problem. It is a civilizational corruption problem, and once that is understood, the next step becomes necessary. If the machine is this powerful now, how did we get here? How did a civilization that once spoke in the language of post-war restraint, reconciliation, law, and common security travel this far into managed exception, moral decay, and permanent crisis? That is a historical question, and it is where we must turn next, because the present breakdown did not appear out of nowhere. It was built over years, over choices, over betrayals, over squandered chances. And to understand what is collapsing now, we have to go back to the moment when another future was still possible. Part 4, The Historical Betrayal, Section 1. The piece we threw away. There are moments in history when a different future is briefly possible, not guaranteed, not easy, not pure, but possible. The end of the Cold War was one of those moments. That is what makes what came after so painful, because this was not just the collapse of one power bloc, it was not just the fall of the Soviet Union, it was not just the victory of one system over another. For a brief moment it looked like something bigger might happen. A shared future, a less violent Europe, a real peace, a common security space, a world in which the lesson of the 20th century had finally sunk in, a world in which two nuclear civilizations after decades of terror could step back from the edge and build something new. That was not fantasy. People lived it, people felt it, people spoke it, people planned around it. There was language for it. A common European home, a new thinking, security not against one another, but with one another, arms control, dialogue, mutual restraint, a future in which the logic of blocks might finally give way to the logic of coexistence. That was the promise. And it was not just a promise made in speeches, it was built into meetings, into treaties, into gestures, into the moral air of the time. That is important, because many people now speak of the end of the Cold War as if one side won, one side lost, and that was the whole story. That is too simple. The deeper story is sadder. A peace was possible, and it was wasted. That is the historical betrayal, not because the old system was good. It was not. The Soviet system was repressive, cruel, closed, violent in many of its acts. Its satellites had every reason to fear it. Its victims were real. Its prisons were real. Its lies were real. No serious person needs to romanticize that, but the end of a bad system still leaves a moral question behind. What do you build after it? And that is where the West failed one of the biggest tests in modern history. Because, instead of treating that moment as a chance to build a larger peace, too many in the Western power structure treated it as a chance to lock in advantage. That difference changed everything. A peace system would have asked, how do we build security that includes everyone who matters? A victory system asked, how do we secure gains while the other side is weak? Those are not the same question. And the choice between them is one of the reasons we are where we are now. This is where memory matters. Because the late Cold War and early post-Cold War period were not emotionally empty years. They were full of possibility. Walls were falling. Missiles were being cut up. Leaders were speaking of a different order. Old enemies were meeting in new language. For many people, especially those who had grown up under fear, censorship, and bloc confrontation, it felt like history had opened. The human meaning of that should not be forgotten. For people who had lived under the shadow of nuclear dread, this was not just policy. It was relief. It was breath. It was the feeling that reason might actually have won something. That matters because what was later destroyed was not only a strategic arrangement. It was trust, a very rare kind of trust. Not full trust, not innocent trust, but enough trust to begin building. And building was possible. There were ways this could have gone. A European security order not built on humiliation. A Russia that was not treated as a defeated object to be managed. A Europe that did not extend peace by moving military logic eastward. A system in which borderland states did not have to choose between blocs, as if geography itself had become a civilizational loyalty test. A world in which common security actually meant common security. That future was not easy, but it was real enough to be lost. That is the point. A lost fantasy is one thing. A lost possibility is another. This was a lost possibility, and the people who warn about that are not all marginal voices looking backward. They include some of the most serious thinkers and practitioners from the period itself. They warned at the time. That also matters, because this was not one of those tragedies where no one saw the danger. People did see it. They saw the danger of triumphalism. They saw the danger of expansion without inclusion. They saw the danger of humiliating a power that still mattered. They saw the danger of building security for some while ignoring the security fears of others. They saw the danger of replacing common peace with geopolitical encirclement dressed as values. Those warnings were made, clearly, repeatedly, from inside the Western world itself, and still the chance was thrown away. Why? Because victory has its own stupidity. A system that believes it has won history becomes less capable of understanding risk. That is one of the great lessons of empire. Power does not only make you stronger, it can make you simpler. It can make you arrogant, impatient, self-exempting, blind to how others see the world, blind to how deeply your own moves will be read as threat, blind to the difference between expansion and peace. That is what happened. The post-Cold War West did not only expand, it moralized its expansion. That made the failure even worse, because once you believe your movement outward is not only strategic but morally unquestionable, you stop hearing warning as warning. You hear it as resistance to progress, as resentment, as bad faith, as the complaint of people who do not understand that history has already chosen its side. That is how systems make enormous mistakes, not only through greed, through certainty. The certainty that your model is universal, that your institutions are neutral, that your alliances are defensive by definition, that your intentions are transparent, that anyone who fears your advance is either irrational, bitter, or lying. That certainty poisoned the post-Cold War settlement, and it poisoned it at the very moment when humility was most needed, because the moment after a great confrontation ends is the moment when wisdom matters most. Do you widen dignity, or do you press advantage? Do you build inclusion, or do you redraw hierarchy? Do you think in terms of equilibrium, or in terms of one-sided momentum? The post-war architects of earlier eras, for all their flaws, often understood something that late 20th century triumphalists forgot. Peace cannot be built on endless humiliation. A great power cornered is not a problem solved. It is a problem postponed. That lesson had already been taught before, more than once, at terrible cost. And yet the peace after the Cold War was shaped as if those older lessons no longer mattered. That was the betrayal, not only of Russia, not only of Eastern Europe, not only of the people caught between old and new blocks. It was a betrayal of the best lesson the 20th century had taught the West about itself. That power must be restrained. That victory must be moderated. That peace requires inclusion. That memory should make arrogance harder, not easier. Instead, the opposite happened. The West began to act less like a civilization sobered by catastrophe and more like a civilization convinced it had finally become history's chosen form. That is a dangerous state of mind, because once a power believes it is history's answer, it starts treating resistance not as warning but as obstruction. That is how moral universalism decays into imperial impatience, and that decay shaped the decades that followed. It shaped NATO, it shaped EU expansion logic, it shaped the treatment of Russia, it shaped the treatment of Ukraine, it shaped the treatment of the global South, it shaped the treatment of law itself. Most of all, it shaped the habit of thinking that order can be built around exclusion, as long as the excluded side is too weak to stop it. That habit is now exploding in our faces. This is why the story of the present cannot be told only through today's headlines. To understand the collapse now, we have to understand the peace that was thrown away then. Because the road to our current crisis was not paved in 1 year. It was laid slowly, under the language of progress, stability, values, integration, and victory. That is what makes it so tragic. The betrayal did not always come dressed as hatred. Very often it came dressed as optimism. And optimism, when joined to power and stripped of humility, can become one of the most dangerous things in politics. That is the historical beginning of the present disorder. A moment of opening, a moment of hope, a moment when another settlement was possible, then a turn, away from shared security, toward managed supremacy, away from inclusion, toward expansion without balance, away from post-war wisdom, toward post-war amnesia. That was the peace we threw away. And once that is understood, the next question becomes unavoidable. How exactly was that peace squandered? Not in mood, in structure, not in poetry, in institutions, in alliances, in choices. That is where we now have to go. Part 4, The Historical Betrayal, Section 2. How the peace was squandered. Peace is not lost in one dramatic scene. It is lost in choices, in meetings, in papers, in institutional habits, in language, in the quiet confidence of people who think history has already settled in their favor. That is how the peace after the Cold War was squandered. Not with one decision alone, but with a pattern that can be summed up in one sentence. The West chose expansion over equilibrium. That is the heart of it. It did not choose to build a true common security order across Europe. It did not choose to take Russian security concerns seriously enough while there was still trust to work with. It did not choose to separate political partnership from military extension. It did not choose to build a structure in which former enemies could live inside one shared security logic. Instead, it kept moving the old military logic eastward while speaking the language of peace. That combination was fatal, because military logic and peace language do not cancel each other out. They collide. This is where many people still become defensive. They say, NATO is defensive. NATO did not intend to threaten Russia. NATO expansion was about freedom of choice. NATO expansion was about stabilizing Europe. Some of those arguments have a surface truth. Of course countries wanted protection. Of course many post-Soviet and post-Bloc states had real fears. Of course memories of Soviet power were real. Of course they had every right to seek safety. No serious person should mock that, but that is not the whole issue. The real issue is not whether those fears existed. The real issue is whether a durable peace in Europe could be built by answering one side's security fears while steadily dismissing the other side's. That is where the great mistake was made, because security is never one-sided for long. That is one of the oldest facts in international life. If one side says, "This makes us safer," and the other side says, "This makes us less safe," you do not have a solved problem. You have a security dilemma. And a security dilemma ignored does not go away, it grows teeth. That was obvious to many people at the time. This is important too. Again, this was not a case where nobody knew better. Warnings were given, not by fringe voices, by serious people, experienced people, officials, scholars, diplomats, strategists. They warned that expanding an old military bloc into the space of a defeated rival while refusing to build a genuinely shared security structure would produce backlash. They warned that treating Russia as weak enough to ignore but strong enough to matter later was reckless. They warned that you cannot build a stable Europe by pushing military architecture toward a major power's front door and then telling that power its fears are imaginary. They warned that humiliation has a long memory, and they were ignored. Why? Because the mood of the time favored momentum. Momentum is one of the most dangerous drugs in politics. Once a system begins expanding under conditions of little resistance, it starts confusing movement with wisdom. If this step was possible, take the next one. If the next one works, take another. If no great cost appears immediately, assume the warnings were exaggerated. That is how powers talk themselves into long disasters. The absence of instant catastrophe becomes proof of long-term safety. That is a foolish way to read history. Some of the worst mistakes in statecraft work for years before they explode. The peace after the Cold War was squandered in exactly that way. One move at a time, one enlargement at a time, one institutional extension at a time, one dismissed warning at a time, and all the while the language stayed soft: partnership, integration, stability, transition, European future, shared values. But behind the language, the geometry was changing, and geometry matters. Power is not only about speeches, it is about where structures sit, where weapons can move, where alliances stop, where command systems extend, where red lines begin to feel real to those who live with the map. This is why so many arguments about the post-Cold War years still miss the point. They focus only on intention. Did the West mean to threaten Russia? Did NATO mean aggression? Did expansion mean peace? From one point of view, these questions matter, but they are not enough. Because in international politics, consequences matter more than self-image. A state can believe it is acting defensively and still create a deeply offensive perception in another state. An alliance can call itself stabilizing and still alter the balance in ways that produce instability later. A project can carry the language of peace and still prepare the soil for future war if it is built without equilibrium. That is exactly what happened. The West did not only expand institutions, it expanded without building a wider balance. And once that balance was abandoned, the entire piece rested on one dangerous assumption: that the weaker side would keep absorbing the pressure forever. History is not kind to that kind of arrogance. There is another layer to this. Economic integration was also turned into geopolitical sorting. This is one of the least honest parts of the whole story. European integration could have been used as a bridge, a true bridge, a way for states between East and West to trade, connect, modernize, and cooperate without becoming military frontiers in a new confrontation. That possibility existed. But over time, the line between political integration, economic alignment, civilizational identity, and military direction became harder and harder to separate. That created a trap for borderland states, especially Ukraine. Because once the larger environment becomes binary, countries sitting in between are no longer allowed to be bridges. They are told to choose, East or West, Old World or New World, democracy or backwardness, Europe or Russia, future or past. That is a poisonous way to organize a continent, especially a continent with the history Europe has. A healthy post-Cold War order would have tried to reduce zero-sum choices. Instead, too many of them were intensified. And once they were intensified, the room for neutrality, bridge building, or common security began to shrink. This mattered enormously in Ukraine, because Ukraine was never just another country in strategic terms. It was always a hinge in geography, a hinge in memory, a hinge in identity, a hinge in military perception, a hinge in civilizational narrative. That is why treating it like one more institutional expansion problem was such a grave mistake. A wise order would have seen that and moved carefully. A triumphalist order saw opportunity. That is the difference between statecraft and momentum. The peace was also squandered by language itself. This matters more than it sounds. The post-Cold War West began speaking as if the future had already been morally settled, as if one model had won, as if one direction was history, as if disagreement with that direction was not always warning, but often regression. That kind of language narrows imagination. It makes leaders worse listeners. It makes systems less humble. It turns negotiation into tutoring. It turns diplomacy into instruction. It turns the other side's fear into something less than real. Once you stop hearing the other side's fear as fear, you are already halfway to crisis. Because fear unrecognized does not disappear. It hardens, and when fear hardens inside a proud state with a long memory, the result is rarely peace. Now add one more ingredient: domestic politics in the West. This part should not be ignored. Enlargement was not only about abstract ideals. It was not only about security strategy. It was also about constituencies, donors, political gain, institutional momentum, and the long afterlife of Cold War thinking inside Western bureaucracies and political cultures. That matters, because systems do not make huge strategic choices in a vacuum. They make them through elections, party incentives, lobbying pressure, diaspora influence, bureaucratic habit, intellectual fashion, and the sheer inability of institutions built for one age to imagine a truly different one. That is part of how the peace was lost too. The Cold War ended, but too many Cold War habits survived inside the victorious system. Some institutions did not know how to stop. Some elites did not want to stop. Some thinkers did not know how to think without an adversary. Some strategic classes were too accustomed to hierarchy, block logic, and managed confrontation to truly imagine a common order. So instead of dissolving old reflexes into something new, the system repurposed them. That is one of the great hidden tragedies of the period. An opportunity for transformation was handled like an opportunity for extension, and extension is not transformation. It is still the old shape moving outward. That is what happened. And because it happened under conditions of Western confidence and Russian weakness, many people in power convinced themselves there would be no lasting price. That was the fatal comfort. No immediate war, then it must be working. No immediate collapse, then the critics must be wrong. No immediate revolt, then the fears must not be serious. This is the logic of very shallow success. It is one of the worst habits in strategic thinking. It confuses delayed explosion with stable peace. The peace after the Cold War was squandered in exactly this way, not by one wicked mastermind, not by one treaty, not by one summit, by a class of choices that all leaned in the same direction, away from equilibrium, away from humility, away from shared security, away from thinking in terms of how to build a peace that even a wounded great power could live inside without humiliation. That was the road chosen, and it led where such roads always tend to lead, toward backlash, toward hardened identity, toward resentment, toward rearmament, toward rival blocs, toward a new moral simplification in which each side could now tell itself it had been proven right all along. That is how peace dies, first as a lost possibility, then as a hardened argument, then as war. This is why the story of Ukraine cannot honestly begin in 2022, nor even in 2014 alone. Its roots are deeper. They sit in the way the post-Cold War order was built. They sit in the refusal to design a truly shared European security architecture while it was still politically possible. They sit in the habit of moralizing expansion while refusing to think like a builder of equilibrium. That is the larger betrayal. Not that one side did everything right and the other everything wrong, but that a rare moment for a larger peace was handled with so little historical wisdom. That is what we are paying for now. And it is not only Ukraine paying for it. Europe is paying for it. Russia is paying for it. The wider world is paying for it. And the moral credibility of the West is paying for it too. Because once a civilization wastes a chance for peace and then spends decades defending the architecture that wasted it, it slowly loses the ability to tell the truth about itself. That is where we are now, which leads to the next part of the betrayal. Not only that peace was squandered, but that the long road to Ukraine was then paved step by step, with warnings ignored, language hardened, and alternatives pushed aside until war became thinkable again. That is where we have to turn next. Part 4, The Historical Betrayal, Section 3. The long road to Ukraine. Wars do not begin on the day the shooting starts. That is one of the most important truths in politics. The shooting matters, the invasion matters, the bombing matters, the deaths matter. But if you begin history only at the moment open violence starts, you have already accepted a false frame. That is exactly what happened with Ukraine. For much of the Western public, the story begins in 2022. For others, it begins in 2014. Both are too late, not because nothing decisive happened in those years. Of course it did, but because by then the deeper structure was already in place. The road had already been laid, not fully, not mechanically, not as if everything after that was automatic, but laid enough that the range of outcomes had narrowed. That is what people mean when they say the road to Ukraine was long. They do not mean war was guaranteed. They mean the conditions for war were built step by step while too many people kept pretending they were building peace. That is the real tragedy, because there were off-ramps, there were warnings, there were moments when a different security design was still possible. There were chances to build Ukraine as a bridge rather than a frontier. Those chances were repeatedly weakened. Why? Because Ukraine was not treated mainly as a shared problem to be stabilized. It was treated increasingly as a strategic prize to be oriented. That sentence is central. A bridge order asks, how can this country help connect larger spaces without becoming the battlefield between them? A block order asks, which side will this country belong to? That difference is everything. And once the second logic wins, neutrality becomes suspicious. Bridge building becomes weakness. Shared guarantees become unrealistic. Every political crisis inside the country becomes charged with outside meaning. Every election becomes geopolitical. Every domestic split becomes international fuel. That is what happened. Ukraine became too symbolically loaded to remain ordinary. That sentence matters too. It became a test case, a civilizational test case, a strategic test case, a prestige test case, a fear test case. For the West, it increasingly represented movement eastward, democratic narrative, European direction, and resistance to Russian influence. For Russia, it increasingly represented encroachment, historical severance, military exposure, strategic humiliation, and the loss of a buffer space central to its own security imagination. Those two readings were not compatible. That did not make war inevitable, but it made a stable middle harder and harder to hold. This is where people often retreat into slogans. Ukraine has the right to choose. Russia has the right to security. Europe has the right to expand values. NATO has the right to admit whom it wants. Each sentence has some truth in it. But politics is not solved by stacking rights in the air and ignoring what happens when they collide on the ground. That is what too many people did. They treated conflict as if repeating one principle loudly enough would dissolve the security dilemma. It did not, because Ukraine was not sitting in a vacuum. It sat on the fault line between two incompatible security imaginations. One side saw expansion of institutions as peace. The other saw the same expansion as strategic encirclement. You do not solve that by calling one side irrational and moving on. You solve it by building a structure in which both sides can live without reaching for war. That structure was never built. That failure is one of the central facts of the last 30 years. The tragedy is that many people knew this. Again, this point matters. There were people in the West who understood the danger very well. They warned that pushing military architecture toward Russia while insisting it was purely benign was reckless. They warned that Ukraine was the brightest red line in Russian strategic perception. They warned that a stable Europe could not be built by treating one side's fear as democratic aspiration and the other side's fear as illegitimate nostalgia or aggression. They warned that a neutral or bridge Ukraine would be far safer than a frontier Ukraine. They warned that if no wider settlement was built, the crisis would deepen. These warnings were not mysterious. They were explicit, and yet the system kept moving. That is one of the hardest things to accept, because once warnings exist, later catastrophe cannot be called simple surprise. It becomes chosen risk, not chosen in the sense that every leader desired war. Chosen in the sense that the structure kept advancing through danger signals instead of stopping to redesign itself. That is the long road, a sequence of ignored warnings, a sequence of hardened positions, a sequence of lost chances. Then came 2014, and from there the road narrowed further. At that point, the country was no longer only contested in ordinary politics. It was contested inside a much larger confrontation, Identity, sovereignty, orientation, territory, memory, language, patronage, and outside strategic interest all collided harder. At that point, every internal question became externally amplified. This is one reason so many discussions of Ukraine become shallow so quickly. People speak as if one side woke up evil one morning, and the other side simply stood for freedom. That kind of moral simplification might work on television. It does not explain history, because the deeper truth is harder. The state became overburdened with meaning. The region became overburdened with fear. The outside powers became overburdened with prestige, and the possibility of a genuinely shared solution kept shrinking. That is how roads to war are built, not only by hatred, by overloading, too much symbolism, too much strategic value, too much identity pressure, too much outside use. Ukraine was asked to bear too much of the century's unresolved conflict. That was unfair to Ukraine and fatal for Europe. Then came the final phase. By 2022, the public moral frame in much of the West had become almost total. History now had an official starting point. Anything before it could be blurred, minimized, or treated as excuse-making. That was disastrous, because once history is shortened that way, diplomacy becomes weaker. You cannot solve a war honestly if you forbid yourself from looking at how the conditions for that war were built. That is not realism. That is narrative management, and narrative management may help mobilize a public. It does not help design peace. This is where the tragedy becomes immense, because once the war exploded into the open, the public in many Western societies was fed a morally simplified story that made deeper reflection politically risky. The result was predictable. More weapons, more escalation, more moral theater, less room for structural truth. Any suggestion that the pre-war architecture had failed was treated by many as disloyalty. Any reminder that NATO expansion, securitized identity politics, and the destruction of abridged logic had mattered was treated as apologetics for violence. That closed the mind at exactly the moment the mind needed to open. This is one of the great crimes of wartime political culture. It narrows acceptable thought just when complexity becomes most necessary. And once that happened, the war machine gained the upper hand. Because when a public is trained to think only in terms of punishment, righteousness, and total blame, peace becomes harder to discuss honestly. Not impossible, but harder. That is what happened. The road to Ukraine was long. The war itself was catastrophic. And then the thinking around it became narrower still. That is how a regional catastrophe becomes a civilizational failure. Now we must say something else clearly. None of this removes agency from Russia. None of this removes the moral gravity of invasion. None of this turns violence into fate. That would be another simplification. The point is not that one side had no responsibility. The point is that the wider order built conditions in which catastrophe became far more likely than it needed to be. That is a different claim, and it is the true one. A serious civilization should be able to hold both thoughts at once. An invasion is a crime, and the road to that crime was built through years of failed statecraft, triumphalism, one-sided security design, and strategic blindness. Only a mature politics can hold both truths. The immature mind wants one sentence only, one villain only, one date only, one moral emotion only. That is how propaganda thinks. History thinks differently. History asks, what made this possible? What narrowed the choices? What warnings were ignored? What structures failed? What language hid the danger until it was too late? Those are the real questions. And once you ask them, the war in Ukraine looks less like a sudden rupture and more like the explosion of a long-armed device. A device built out of post-Cold War triumphalism, security exclusion, institutional momentum, civilizational overreach, and the repeated refusal to design peace around equilibrium. That is the long road, and if we do not tell that truth, we will keep missing the larger pattern, because the same mindset that helped pave the road to Ukraine is visible elsewhere too. The same confidence in force, the same moral double standards, the same collapse of universal restraint, the same preference for managed escalation over shared security. That brings us to the next scale of the problem. This is no longer only about Ukraine. It is about the wider imperial arc of the post-Cold War West itself. What kind of power did the United States become after the Cold War? What happened to Europe along the way? Why did a civilization that once spoke in the language of restraint begin acting with such strategic and moral impatience? That is where we must go next. Part 4, The Historical Betrayal. Section 4. The empire that forgot restraint. The end of the Cold War did not only change Russia, it changed the United States too. That is one of the most overlooked truths of the last 30 years. People often tell the story as if only one side collapsed, one side weakened, one side lost its bearings. But unchallenged power changes the winner as well, sometimes even more deeply. Because when a great power loses its rival, it loses something else too. It loses friction. It loses fear. It loses the habit of caution that comes from knowing another power can stop you, answer you, embarrass you, or destroy you. That matters, because friction is not always a curse. Sometimes it is discipline. During the Cold War, the United States could still do terrible things. It did. No serious person should deny that. But there were still limits. Not moral limits only. Strategic limits. There was another superpower. There was another nuclear center. There was another bloc. There was another set of eyes always watching, another hand always able to answer, another force capable of saying no further. That shaped behavior. It did not purify it, but it shaped it. Once that balance disappeared, something in the American ruling mind began to change. This is where the trap begins. Victory without restraint produces grandeur. Grandeur produces illusion. Illusion produces overreach. That sequence is old, older than America, older than modernity. Empires do not simply rise and fall through economics or military arithmetic alone. They also fall through self-misreading. They begin to believe their own story too deeply. That is what happened. The United States did not only become stronger after the Cold War, it became more certain that its model was the model, more certain that its institutions were neutral instruments of history, more certain that its alliances were peace by definition, more certain that force could be used to tidy the world, more certain that other peoples would eventually recognize the goodness of what was being done to them. That kind of certainty is dangerous. Because once power begins to confuse itself with moral necessity, it stops learning. And once it stops learning, it begins to repeat the same mistakes, the same scripts, the same justifications, the same self-exemptions. That is the imperial arc of the post-Cold War West. Not only expansion, moralized expansion. Not only intervention, intervention with self-innocence. Not only dominance, dominance narrated as order. This is why the wars that followed the Cold War matter as one sequence. Iraq, Afghanistan, Libya, Syria, and then, in a different but connected structure, Ukraine and Iran inside a world already shaped by the same habits. Each one had its own facts, its own pretext, its own coalition, its own branding. But together, they reveal a deeper pattern. The United States, and often Europe with it, began acting less like a civilization chastened by World War, and more like a civilization convinced it had inherited the right to manage the planet. That is the shift. A civilization shaped by Hiroshima should fear escalation. A civilization shaped by Verdun should fear ideological certainty. A civilization shaped by Auschwitz should fear dehumanization. A civilization shaped by the Cold War should fear playing casually with great power confrontation. And yet, after 1991, too much of the Western system began moving in the opposite direction, toward confidence without humility, toward expansion without equilibrium, toward intervention without long memory, toward moral language without moral symmetry. That is how empire forgets restraint. It does not forget by erasing the past. It forgets by speaking the past while acting against its lessons. You can hold memorial days and still forget. You can teach history in schools and still forget. You can say, never again, and still forget. You forget when your institutions no longer behave as if those lessons are binding. That is what happened, and it was not only America. Europe changed too, or more precisely, Europe lost something. It lost nerve. It lost distance. It lost the independent strategic imagination that should have grown naturally from its own history. That is one of the saddest parts of this story. Europe, more than any region on Earth, should understand the price of ideological escalation, bloc rigidity, humiliation politics, and continental war. Europe should have been the strongest guardian of equilibrium. Instead, too often, it became the language department of Atlantic power. It moralized, it followed, it lectured. It spoke of values while helping hollow out the very principles it claimed to defend. Not always in equal degree. Not every state, not every leader, but enough to matter. This is why the post-Cold War imperial arc cannot be blamed only on Washington. Europe was not merely dragged. In many moments it consented. In some moments it accelerated. In some moments it was even more self-righteous. That should trouble Europeans deeply, because it means the crisis is not only one of dependence, it is also one of self-betrayal. And while all this was happening, another transformation was unfolding in the background. China was rising. This matters because it changes the whole emotional map of global power. For a time, the United States still behaved as though unipolarity were the natural state of the world. But history does not honor those fantasies for long. Power shifts, production shifts, technology shifts, confidence shifts, the center of gravity shifts. That was already happening. And yet the answer from the Western core was not deep humility or systemic redesign. Too often it was more pressure, more expansion, more securitization, more insistence that the old center could still define the rules while ignoring how the world beneath those rules was changing. That is a classic symptom of imperial decline, not weakness alone, denial. A declining empire does not always look weak. Sometimes it looks agitated, self-righteous, hyperactive, unable to stop moving because movement itself masks inner doubt. That is what the last decades increasingly looked like. Not serene leadership, agitated management, one war after another, one security doctrine after another, one emergency after another, one expansion after another, one narrative reset after another. That is not the behavior of a truly settled order. It is the behavior of a power trying to hold history in place by force, language, and momentum. That never ends well. And this is where the comparison with Russia and China becomes especially revealing. For years, the West described itself as the side of stability and treated Russia and China as the dangerous revisionists. But what did the world actually see? It saw the Western core repeatedly shatter states, bypass law, moralize violence, and push military and political architecture outward while still speaking as if it alone represented restraint. That contradiction did enormous damage. Not because Russia and China are morally pure, they are not. Not because their systems are automatically more humane, they are not. But because the West was destroying the credibility of its own claim to represent a higher legal and moral order. That matters hugely in history. Once the center loses moral credibility, the world becomes more open to alternatives, not necessarily better alternatives, but alternatives nonetheless. That is what has happened. The imperial arc of the post-Cold War West has not only produced war zones, it has produced a legitimacy vacuum, and legitimacy vacuums are dangerous, because they are filled by hard nationalism, civilizational blocks, oligarchic realism, sacred politics, and armed opportunism that is the world now emerging, not because liberal order was overthrown in one day, because it hollowed itself out while pretending to stand for universal standards. That is why this section matters, because if we do not understand what the Western center became after the Cold War, we will misunderstand everything that followed. We will treat each disaster as separate, each backlash as irrational, each counter-coalition as unprovoked, each wounded great power as uniquely pathological, each legitimacy crisis as misunderstanding. That would be dishonest. The truth is harder. The empire that claimed to be history's answer forgot the one thing it needed most: restraint. And once restraint is forgotten at the center, the periphery begins to burn. Then the fire moves inward. That is what we are living through now. And it leads directly to the next truth. Once restraint was forgotten, old historical patterns began returning. Patterns Europe and the wider world should have recognized immediately. Patterns from 1914, patterns from the 1930s, patterns from earlier eras when norms weakened, alliances hardened, and regional crises became gateways to something much larger. That is where we now have to go. Part 4, The Historical Betrayal, Section 5. The return of old patterns. History does not repeat like a machine. It does not photocopy itself. It does not send back the same uniforms, the same maps, the same speeches, the same flags. But it does return in patterns. That is what serious people mean when they compare one age to another. They do not mean this is literally 1914, or literally 1938, or literally 1945. They mean something else. They mean the structure of danger is beginning to look familiar. That is where we are now. The world is not replaying the past, but some of the old patterns are back. That should frighten us, because the people of the 20th century paid for those patterns with oceans of blood. And now, in a nuclear age, the margin for error is far smaller. Let us start with 1914. People often remember the First World War through one event: an assassination, a shot, a crisis, then mobilization. But that memory is too narrow. The real lesson of 1914 is not only that one event triggered a catastrophe. The real lesson is that Europe had already built a structure in which a regional crisis could no longer remain regional. That is the key: rigid alignments, prestige traps, mutual suspicion, militarized planning, fear of delay, fear of weakness, fear that if you do not move now, you will lose your chance later. This is how catastrophe becomes thinkable. Not because everyone wants a world war, because the system is already arranged in a way that punishes restraint and rewards preemption. That is one of the old patterns now returning. Too many states now think in accelerated time. Too many actors think in terms of windows closing. Too many leaders believe delay is weakness. Too many planners imagine that one more move now may prevent a larger danger later. That is exactly the kind of thinking that makes large wars possible. Then there is the pattern of the 1930s. Again, people simplify it too much. They remember the villains, the speeches, the flags, the invasions, the failed institutions. All of that matters, but the deeper pattern was this: norms weakened step by step. Aggression was normalized step by step. International institutions were tested, mocked, bypassed, and humiliated step by step. The lesson absorbed by the world was not that law would stop force. It was that force could move if dressed, delayed, or tolerated in the right way. That is exactly how the road to larger war is paved. Not with one giant legal collapse all at once, but with repeated proof that the center no longer has the will or honesty to enforce its own principles consistently. That is where the present becomes so dangerous, because our age now contains both patterns at once. The 1914 pattern, regional crises tied into larger blocks, prestige, fear, and tightening escalation ladders. And the 1930s pattern, norm erosion, selective legality, institutional weakness, tolerated exceptions, and the steady expansion of what can be done without real consequence. That is a terrible combination. And it gets worse, because unlike 1914 or 1938, we now live in a world with nuclear weapons, missile systems with shorter warning time, fragile command chains, cyber confusion, media panic, and elites who often seem morally and psychologically less serious than the generations who had directly lived through total war. That is not a better version of an old danger. It is a more volatile one. This is why the references to 1815 and 1945 matter too. Those years matter not because they were perfect settlements. They were not. They matter because they were moments when elites, after terrible destruction, understood at least one central truth. Peace cannot rest only on punishment. It cannot rest only on triumph. It cannot rest only on one side's moral self-image. It must also rest on structure, on equilibrium, on inclusion of major powers, on arrangements that reduce the incentive for future revenge, panic, and preemption. That was the wisdom. A hard wisdom. An expensive wisdom. A wisdom written in graves, and yet our age behaves as if this wisdom can be discarded without cost. That is the madness of the present. We inherited the lessons of earlier catastrophe and began treating them like optional theory. We acted as if collective security could be replaced by managed block expansion. Legal universality could survive selective use. Historical memory could survive permanent propaganda. Peace could survive humiliation politics, and escalation could remain local in a world where everything is connected. That was reckless. And now the old patterns are coming back to collect. This is why so much of current public language feels so shallow. People still speak as if every conflict can be evaluated in isolation, as if every war begins from zero, as if each crisis is morally self-contained, as if precedent does not matter, as if a world order can survive years of selective legality and still somehow retain its old moral force. That is not how systems work. Systems learn. States learn. Elites learn. Militaries learn. Populations learn. And once enough actors learn that force is working faster than law, the whole field changes. That is the return of old patterns, not old names, old logics, the logic that says if law is weak, move. If alliances are hardening, choose now. If your enemy is distracted, press. If institutions are hollow, test them. If the center is hypocritical, ignore its moral lectures. If delay is dangerous, preempt. If prestige is on the line, escalate. That logic destroyed Europe once, then again, and now, in altered form, it is returning to a wider world. This should also force us to rethink one more thing. The comfortable modern belief that we are too advanced to repeat the past. That belief has always been foolish. But now it is dangerous too. Technology does not civilize power. Institutions do not civilize power by existing on paper. Memory does not civilize power unless the memory is alive inside decision-making. That is the issue. We still have the institutions. We still have the treaties or what remains of them. We still have the vocabulary. We still have the conferences. We still have the anniversaries. But do we still have the inner restraint that made those structures matter? That is a much harder question. And the answer increasingly looks grim. Because the old patterns only return when the inner lessons have faded. That is the real danger. Not that history has somehow cursed us, that we have become careless with inherited wisdom. We forgot what older generations learned under pressure. That humiliation breeds backlash, selective law breeds contempt, rigid blocks breed panic, regional fires can become systemic, and there is no stable peace without some form of mutual recognition among major powers. Those lessons were not luxuries. They were survival tools, and we are throwing them away. This is why the present moment should be read as a warning from history, not a slogan borrowed from history. The warning that the road to large war is usually gradual. The language of necessity is usually abused. The center usually notices too late that it has lost moral authority, and by the time the public fully realizes the pattern, the system is already much harder to stop. That is where we are now. And there is one more reason this matters. Because once these old patterns return, the nuclear question stops being a background issue and becomes central. In earlier eras, catastrophe still left humanity alive enough to rebuild. That may not be true now. That changes the stakes completely. In 1918, the world bled and rebuilt. In 1945, the world burned and rebuilt. In a future major nuclear exchange, there may be no comparable second act. That is why these historical comparisons are not academic decoration. They are survival warnings, and they point directly to the next issue. If old patterns are returning in a world with far more destructive technology and far less restraint, then we have to ask the hardest question of all. How close are we now to the breakdown of the nuclear order itself? That is where we must turn next. Part 4, The Historical Betrayal, Section 6. The nuclear order is fraying. There was one thing the Cold War taught humanity very clearly. However bitter the rivalry, however ugly the propaganda, however dirty the proxy wars, there were still lines that serious leaders feared crossing, not because they were moral saints, they were not, because they understood something simple. A nuclear age punishes arrogance very fast. That fear mattered. It did not make the world good, but it made parts of the world careful. Careful with direct clashes, careful with command systems, careful with signal and mis-signal, careful with red lines, careful with what could look like decapitation, first strike, or irreversible escalation. That caution was one of the hidden pillars of the post-war world. And now that pillar is weakening. This is one of the least understood and most dangerous truths of our time. People still speak as if the nuclear order is just there, as if deterrence is automatic, as if old habits of caution still live inside the system by inertia. That is wishful thinking. The nuclear order is not a law of nature. It is a habit of restraint built inside institutions, doctrines, command chains, treaties, and fear. Once those things weaken, deterrence does not vanish in one dramatic instant. It frays, and fraying is dangerous, because when deterrence frays, misreading grows, risk tolerance grows, escalation games become looser, political speech becomes uglier, military lines become thinner. The time available for sober judgment becomes shorter. That is exactly the kind of world we are moving into. Look at what has already changed. Old arms control agreements have eroded, expired, been abandoned, or hollowed out. The broader culture of arms control has weakened. The idea that strategic stability must be protected with discipline has weakened. The taboo around speaking lightly of nuclear risk has weakened. That last part matters more than many people think. Language prepares reality. When leaders and media begin speaking more casually about direct confrontation between nuclear powers, the public slowly absorbs a false sense that these things are manageable. That is a deadly illusion. Nuclear systems are not dangerous only because someone may deliberately press a button. They are dangerous because they compress time, because they magnify error, because they punish misreading, because they create moments where human beings under pressure may decide with incomplete information and catastrophic consequences. This is why history's near misses matter so much. The world has already come far too close, far too many times, not only through malice, through error, a radar mistake, a false alarm, a misunderstood signal, a launch misread, a military exercise misinterpreted, a technical fault, a human panic. That is what makes nuclear politics so horrifying. It does not require evil genius. It only requires stress, speed, and failure at the wrong moment. Now take that danger and place it inside the current world. The world with weakening trust, weakening treaties, more open hostility, shorter political tempers, weaponized media, cyber disruption, hypersonic systems, and leaders who often speak with much less gravity than the old generation shaped directly by World War and the Cuban Missile Crisis. That is not strategic progress, that is strategic decay, and the decay is no longer theoretical. In Ukraine, the line between proxy conflict and direct great power risk has repeatedly moved closer to the unthinkable. In the Middle East, the Iran question now circles around nuclear thresholds, facilities, deterrence logic, and regional proliferation pressure. In Europe, public discussion of rearmament has widened. Elsewhere, more and more states are learning the darkest lesson of the age. If you are weak, law will not save you. If you are isolated, diplomacy may not save you. If you are disliked enough by the right people, negotiations may not save you. So maybe only the bomb will. That is the lesson no civilized order should ever teach. And yet the current order is teaching it. Every state watching the destruction of Iraq, Libya, Syria, Gaza, and the pressure on Iran is drawing its own conclusions. Some may be wrong. Some may be cynical. Some may be paranoid. But the lesson still spreads. North Korea had the bomb and survived. Others did not have it and were broken open. This is the kind of comparison that changes strategic thinking for decades. It is one reason the Iran question matters so much. Not only because of what Iran may or may not want today, but because of what the treatment of Iran teaches everyone else tomorrow. If a state can be threatened, isolated, attacked, and morally prepared for coercion while negotiations are still in the air, then every vulnerable state watches and learns. And what they learn may be disastrous. They may learn that nuclear latency is not enough, that inspection is not enough, that legal compliance is not enough, that only real, fear-producing deterrence commands respect. That is how the non-proliferation order dies, not only through technical cheating, through political example. That is one of the darkest dimensions of the present. A system that speaks in the name of non-proliferation may, through its own selective violence, be pushing more states toward the very logic it claims to oppose. That is not irony. That is civilizational self-harm. Now let us bring this back to the older comparisons. In 1914 and 1939, the road to disaster still led into forms of war humanity had survived before, however horribly. Today, the road runs under a nuclear sky. That changes everything. It means the old pattern of catastrophe first, wisdom later, may no longer be survivable. This is one of the most haunting questions in the entire essay. Human beings often learn only after disaster. That has been true again and again. 1815 came after devastation. 1918 came after devastation. 1945 came after devastation. Even 1962, in a different way, burned caution into the minds of leaders because they felt how close the abyss was. But what if the next great lesson comes too late? What if the next catastrophe is not another world war in the old sense, after which people rebuild and hold conferences and swear never again? What if the next catastrophe leaves no such moral second chance? That is what makes the current fraying of the nuclear order so serious. It is not only that the weapons exist, they already existed. It is that the culture around them is weakening. The restraint is weaker. The language is looser. The institutions are thinner. The legal order is more selective. The wider moral climate is more degraded. The machinery of crisis is faster. and the elite culture in charge is, in many places, too compromised, too theatrical, too ideological, or too detached to inspire confidence. That is a terrifying combination. This is why the nuclear question cannot sit in the background as if it were one issue among many. It now sits at the center of the historical moment, because once legal universality weakens, once great power rivalry hardens, once regional wars spread, once apocalyptic language enters power, and once states begin relearning the lesson that only terrifying force guarantees survival, the nuclear order no longer looks stable. It looks temporary. And temporary nuclear restraint in a collapsing moral world is not enough. This is where the argument of this whole section leads. The betrayal of the post-Cold War peace did not only produce local wars, it did not only damage Europe, it did not only discredit liberalism, it also helped create a world in which the old nuclear caution is being slowly worn down. That may be the most dangerous legacy of all. Because if the system continues to weaken, and if leaders continue acting as though escalation remains manageable, then one day the world may discover that deterrence was never a permanent shield, only a habit, and habits can die. That is why the next and final question of this historical part matters so much. If the peace was thrown away, if the old patterns are back, and if the nuclear order is fraying, then what exactly has died? What is it that we have lost, not just in policy, not just in law, but in the soul of the age? That is where we must go next. Part 4, The Historical Betrayal, Section 7. What has really died by this point? The question is no longer whether there is a crisis. There is, the question is deeper. What exactly has been lost? What has died? Not in the legal sense only, not in the diplomatic sense only, not only in the balance of power, not only in the trust between states. Something larger has gone. And unless we name it honestly, we will keep speaking around the wound instead of into it. What has died is not simply one policy consensus. It is not only the post-Cold War dream, not only the illusion of endless Western dominance, not only the myth that globalization would dissolve hard conflict. What has really died is the moral credibility of the order that claimed to speak for universality. That is the deepest loss. Because once an order loses the right to speak credibly in the name of law, restraint, equal human worth, and a peace larger than tribal interest, it does not only lose prestige, it loses center, and when the center goes, the whole field becomes more violent. That is where we are now. The old order still exists in language, it still has institutions, it still has summits, it still has flags, it still has documents, it still has courts, councils, statements, envoys, and emergency sessions, but its moral center is broken. That sentence matters more than almost anything else in this essay. Because an order can survive hypocrisy for a long time. All human systems are hypocritical to some degree. What an order cannot survive for long is the collapse of belief in its own claimed universality, and that is exactly what has happened. Too many people now no longer believe that. The law binds the strong and the weak in the same way. Diplomacy is genuinely preferred over force. Civilian life is valued equally. Self-defense is interpreted consistently. Democracy restrains power in practice, or that the West, as historically constituted, still carries a special moral discipline. The world should trust that loss of belief is not a side issue. It is the event, because once belief in universality collapses, the world does not become neutral. It becomes harder, more tribal, more cynical, more bloc-driven, more armed, more willing to listen to hard men, sacred myths, wounded empires, and rising powers promising order without hypocrisy, even if they bring other dangers of their own. That is why the death of credibility is so serious. A vacuum is created, and vacuums in history do not remain empty. They fill with power politics, civilizational rhetoric, oligarchic realism, managed disorder, sacred violence, strategic opportunism, and the growing belief that law was always theater anyway. That is the world now emerging. And this is why it is not enough to say the post-war liberal order is under strain. That phrase is too soft. Something more final has happened. The post-war liberal order, as historically practiced by the Western Center, has joined the cemetery of systems that once promised to tame power and then failed. That does not mean every ideal inside it was false. This must be said carefully. The ideals were not all false. Human dignity is not false. Freedom of conscience is not false. Equality before law is not false. Limits on state power are not false. Restraint is not false. The rejection of tyranny is not false. The hope that institutions can reduce violence is not false. These things remain precious, but the system that claimed to embody them increasingly used them selectively, strategically, and with exemptions so large that the moral structure began to crack. That is why what has died is not liberal human hope itself. It is the old historical form in which the Western Center claimed near-exclusive guardianship over that hope while violating its deepest requirements. That historical form is dying. Maybe it is already dead in substance. Still powerful, yes. Still armed, yes. Still rich, yes. Still able to punish, yes. But morally persuasive in the old way? No, that era is ending. And this is where many people become frightened or bitter or tempted by simpler alternatives. Because when the old center dies, people naturally ask, then what comes next? A harsher multipolarity, civilizational blocks, authoritarian order, religious politics, oligarchic fortresses, permanent low-level war, a world where every state arms because nobody trusts law anymore. These are real dangers, very real. That is why this moment is so serious. Because the death of one order does not guarantee the birth of a better one. Quite often, the period between orders is when human beings suffer most. That is when rules are weakest, actors are boldest, small states are most exposed, and large powers test one another through vulnerable societies. That is where we are entering now. A time between moral worlds. The old one has lost authority. The new one has not been built. That is a frightening place for humanity to live. And yet, even here, one distinction matters. What has died is not all possibility. What has died is one exhausted structure, one exhausted claim, one exhausted self-image, the image of a Western liberal order that could preach universality, practice selective exception, expand power, and still be treated as the uncontested moral center of the world. That image is over. The wars made it visible. The double standards made it obvious. The propaganda made it unbearable. The alliances between oligarchy, impunity, strategic violence, and sacred exceptionalism made it impossible to ignore. That is why we stand at a real threshold. Not because history has ended, because one version of history has run out of moral road, and once that is understood, the next step becomes possible. Not easy, but possible. If what died is not the human longing for dignity, peace, restraint, and law, but only the imperial form that claimed to carry those things while betraying them, then the future is not closed. It is wounded, open, dangerous, but not closed. That is the bridge to the final part of this essay. Because after collapse comes the real question. Can anything be rescued? Can liberalism survive the failure of imperial liberalism? Can universality survive the failure of selective universalism? Can law survive the death of legal hypocrisy? Can democracy survive oligarchic hollowing? Can the West recover the best part of its inheritance without clinging to the worst part of its power? Those are the questions now, not as academic exercise, as civilizational necessity, because if the old order has truly died, then humanity faces two paths. One leads deeper into managed brutality. The other asks whether a humbler, post-imperial, genuinely human renewal is still possible. That is where we now must turn. Part 5, Beyond Collapse, Section 1. Hope after betrayal. At this point, some readers will feel only one thing: despair. That reaction is understandable. If the law is hollowing out, if democracy is being managed, if oligarchy is feeding war, if religious extremism is entering state power, if the post-war order has lost moral credibility, then what exactly is left? That is the right question. But it is not the same as saying nothing is left. This is where we must be very careful. Because one of the oldest tricks of dark times is to make people believe that once a system fails, every ideal it betrayed must also die with it. That is not true. An empire can betray law without proving law is worthless. A democracy can be hollowed out without proving democracy is a lie. A civilization can betray its own highest language without proving that the language itself was empty from the beginning. That distinction matters more than ever now. Because if we lose it, we hand victory to the worst forces alive. They want exactly that conclusion. They want people to say, there is no truth, only power. There is no law, only force. There is no dignity, only tribe. There is no universal human worth, only civilizational struggle. There is no hope for common life, only blocks, emergency, and fear. That is the future the darkest parts of the current order are already preparing. And we must refuse it, not sentimentally, not blindly, not by pretending the crisis is smaller than it is. We refuse it by being more honest than the collapsing order was willing to be. And the first honest thing to say is this: what failed is not human hope itself. What failed is one historical form, one arrangement, one political self-image, one imperial version of liberalism that claimed to speak for everyone while exempting itself too often from the standards it preached. That form is dying. Good, it should die, because a liberalism that needs empire to survive is already corrupted. A liberalism that needs selective law to survive is already corrupted. A liberalism that values some civilians more than others is already corrupted. A liberalism that can live comfortably beside mass punishment, legal double standards, and moral hierarchy has already abandoned its own soul. That form should not be saved. This is the first opening for hope. The collapse of a false center can also be a clearing, painful, dangerous, chaotic, but still a clearing, because now the question can finally be asked honestly: what was worth keeping all along? Not the flags, not the self-flattery, not the empire, not the selective innocence. What was worth keeping was always something deeper: the belief that human beings are not expendable, the belief that power must answer to limits, the belief that law must bind the strong as well as the weak, the belief that conscience matters, the belief that public life should not be owned by oligarchs, the belief that governments exist to protect life, not merely administer power, the belief that difference need not lead to domination, the belief that civilization means restraint, not simply capacity. These things still matter, and they matter more now, not less, because a world losing them will become unlivable very fast. This is why despair is not enough. It may be emotionally honest for a moment, but it is not morally sufficient. Once the truth becomes clear, another duty begins: to ask what kind of renewal is still possible. That word matters too. Renewal, not restoration. We cannot simply restore the old Western liberal order as it was. That would be foolish. It failed for reasons that were not accidental. It was too tied to empire, too tied to civilizational superiority, too tied to selective legality, too willing to treat non-Western peoples as students, clients, problems, or targets, too willing to excuse its own violence while naming itself universal. That structure cannot be cleaned and reused as if nothing happened. Too much has happened, too much has been seen, too much trust has been burned, too much blood has flowed under its language. So the future, if there is to be one worth having, cannot be a nostalgic return. It has to be something harder. A renewal through truth, a renewal through humility, a renewal through letting the old false innocence die. That is the second opening for hope, because a civilization stripped of false innocence can, if it has courage, become morally more serious than it was before. That will not happen by branding. It will not happen through one election. It will not happen because a few speeches become kinder. It will only happen if people begin to separate liberal humanism from imperial liberalism, democracy from oligarchic democracy, secular law from selective secular law, universal dignity from Western self-exemption. That separation is essential. Without it, people will either cling to a corpse or run into the arms of something worse. That is exactly the trap we must avoid. Some people, seeing the decay of the liberal order, will say, then the hard men were right all along. Then only tribe matters. Then only force matters. Then only civilizational struggle is real. Then universal dignity was just a Western trick. That conclusion is understandable, but it is wrong. Universal dignity was not false because the West betrayed it. The betrayal proves the standard, not the opposite. If a state lies in the language of law, that does not make law meaningless. It proves that law still has enough moral force that even hypocrisy must borrow its clothing. That is the key. The standard survives the betrayer, and in that fact lies the possibility of renewal, because renewal becomes possible the moment people stop confusing a civilization's self-description with the truth it failed to live up to. Now we can say it plainly. The West does not need more self-defense as mythology. It needs self-judgment, not endless guilt theater, not self-hatred, not civilizational suicide, self-judgment, the kind that asks, where did we lose the thread? Where did we begin excusing what should never have been excused? Where did law become tribal? Where did democracy become performance? Where did media become management? Where did security become moral exemption? Where did empire dress itself as universality? Where did we stop seeing non-Western suffering as equally real? Those questions are not anti-Western. They are the only way the best part of the Western inheritance can survive, because the best part was never domination, it was self-limitation. That is the buried treasure under all the wreckage, the idea that power must not trust itself, that rulers must be checked, that law must be above tribe, that conscience must disturb power, that human beings must not be reduced to instruments of empire, profit, panic, or prophecy. That inheritance is worth saving, but it can only be saved in a new key, a humbler key, a post-imperial key, a key that no longer begins with Western innocence, but with Western accountability. That is where hope becomes serious, not as optimism, as work, the work of rebuilding public truth, the work of breaking oligarchic capture, the work of restoring equal law, the work of reducing the grip of war interests, the work of refusing sacred exemption in politics, the work of recovering universal human sight. That last phrase matters deeply. Universal human sight, the ability to look at all victims without asking first what flag stands behind them, the ability to feel the weight of suffering before tribal instruction begins, the ability to apply one moral lens to all power, the ability to say no to the desecration of innocence no matter who commits it. Without that, there is no renewal worth speaking of. With it, something may still be possible. Not easy, not soon, not without resistance, but possible. And that possibility is enough to reject despair, because despair is passive. Hope, if serious, is disciplined. It does not deny the scale of the collapse. It looks directly at it. Then it asks the only question that matters at the edge of an age. What can still be rebuilt without lies? That is where we now have to go. Because if renewal is possible, it will not come from restoring the old imperial center. It will come from imagining a different form of liberalism altogether. One that can live with difference. One that no longer needs prejudice. One that no longer treats itself as the only doorway into the human future. That is the next task. Part 5. Beyond Collapse, Section 2, not the old liberalism, a different one. If there is to be renewal, it cannot mean going back. That door is closed, and it should be, because the old Western liberalism did not fail by accident. It did not fail because a few bad leaders got in. It did not fail because history was unfair to it. It did not fail because its enemies were simply too strong. It failed because it carried a fracture inside itself for a long time. One part of it spoke of freedom. Another practiced hierarchy. One part of it spoke of law. Another made exceptions. One part of it spoke of universal humanity. Another ranked civilizations in practice. One part of it spoke of peace. Another kept finding reasons for war. One part of it spoke of tolerance. Another often treated difference as something to be corrected, tutored, managed, absorbed, or contained. That is why restoration is not enough. You cannot restore a form that was already rotting. You cannot rescue the future by repainting the structure that betrayed it. So let us say this clearly. The answer is not a return to the old liberal center. The answer is not another round of Western moral superiority. The answer is not a nicer empire, not smarter messaging, not softer interventionism, not a better public relations strategy for the same machine. That would only produce the same decay again. What is needed is harder than that. A different liberalism, a post-imperial liberalism, a stripped-down liberalism, a humbler liberalism, a liberalism that no longer treats itself as civilization's owner, but as one honest tradition among others that must prove itself through conduct. That is the turning point, because the best part of liberalism was never domination, never market worship, never selective intervention, never the fantasy that one civilizational bloc had permanent custody over moral truth. The best part was always restraint, the defense of the person against power, the defense of conscience against the crowd, the defense of law against tribal exemption, the defense of limits against empire, the defense of dignity against machinery. That is what must be rescued, but rescued into a different moral setting, one that no longer begins with Western prejudice. That phrase matters, because much of the old liberal order was built on a hidden hierarchy of regard. Some peoples were presumed ready, others not yet ready. Some states were presumed rational, others unstable. Some violence was contextualized, other violence was proof of barbarism. Some histories counted, others were treated as local noise. That prejudice did not always speak openly. Often it spoke through tone, through selection, through expertise, through policy assumptions, through which suffering was legible and which suffering had to fight to be seen. That has to end. A renewed liberalism must begin there. It must begin by giving up the old civilizational vanity. No more pretending that westernization is the same thing as human maturity. No more treating Europe and North America as history's final classroom. No more acting as if all roads toward dignity must pass through one cultural gate and one geopolitical center. That is over and good, because once that illusion dies, something healthier can begin. A political ethic that still believes in universal dignity, but no longer believes dignity needs to wear one accent. That is the liberalism worth fighting for. One that can say, human rights are universal, but civilizations are plural. Law must be universal, but cultures need not be identical. Coexistence matters more than conversion. Difference is not a threat to be erased. And no people should have to become a copy of another people in order to be treated as fully human. That would be a major moral step forward. It would also make liberalism more truthful. Because one of the great lies of imperial liberalism was that it pretended to defend freedom while often demanding cultural and geopolitical alignment as the price of full moral recognition. That contradiction poisoned everything. It poisoned diplomacy. It poisoned aid. It poisoned alliances. It poisoned the language of reform. It poisoned the idea of universalism itself. A humbler liberalism would stop doing that. It would stop speaking as tutor and start speaking as partner. It would stop assuming that difference is backwardness. It would stop confusing non-alignment with moral deficiency. It would stop treating every refusal of Western power as proof of irrationality or tyranny. That matters because the future will not belong to one civilization alone. That age is over too. The future, if it is to remain human, has to be shared. And shared futures require a different moral style, less arrogance, less missionary impatience, less civilizational vanity, more listening, more reciprocity, more acceptance that other peoples may carry truths, memories, and forms of life that cannot simply be folded into the old liberal script. This does not mean moral relativism. That is another trap. A post-imperial liberalism does not have to say, everything is equal, everything is culture, nothing can be judged. No, it can still judge. It must judge. It must still say, torture is wrong, mass punishment is wrong, aggressive war is wrong, the desecration of innocence is wrong. The reduction of human beings to instruments of tribe, empire, market, prophecy, or party is wrong. It must say all that, but it must say it with clean hands, or at least with hands trying honestly to be clean, not with the old selective rage, not with the old moral monopoly, not with the old permission structure hidden beneath universal speech. That is the difference. A true universalism does not need exemption. The old order lived on exemption. The new one cannot. That means a renewed liberalism must also become more serious about law. Not law as branding, not law as pressure tool, not law as instrument for enemies and decoration for allies. Real law. Law that binds the strong. Law that applies inward. Law that hurts when your own side breaks it. Law that matters enough to cost you something. Without that, all the talk is dead on arrival. The same is true of democracy. A renewed liberalism cannot survive if democracy remains hollowed out by oligarchy. That is non-negotiable. If politics remains bought, managed, saturated, and fenced by money, then the language of citizenship becomes fiction. So renewal must mean more than new ideals. It must mean structural confrontation with lobbying, war profiteering, elite impunity, media concentration, intelligence opacity, platform manipulation, and the whole machinery of managed consent that turns citizens into audience and politics into brand control. That is hard work, but it is the only serious path, because what failed was not simply the moral claim. The institutional body failed too, and one more thing must be said. A renewed liberalism must relearn how to live with faith without surrendering to theocracy. This matters now more than ever. The old secular West often made two opposite mistakes. Either it mocked religion and treated it as backward residue, or it cynically used religious energy when useful, then acted shocked when that energy entered the machine and changed the climate of politics. Both mistakes were fatal. A healthier liberalism would reject both. It would protect private faith, respect sincere belief, defend freedom of worship and conscience, but also hold the line hard against apocalyptic politics, sacred exemption, and any attempt to turn the state into the weapon of prophetic destiny. That line is essential, because a liberal order that cannot restrain sacred violence will not remain liberal for long. And a secularism that cannot respect ordinary faith will only drive more people into the arms of harder, darker movements. So the future needs balance, not contempt for religion, not surrender to it, not empire in the name of human rights, not indifference in the name of cultural difference. Balance, law with humility, pluralism with moral seriousness, difference with equal dignity, democracy with real public power, secular governance with respect for faith but resistance to fanaticism. That is the shape of the thing. Not finished, not easy, but visible enough now to name. And this is why the collapse of the old order, painful as it is, may still open a door. Because once the old false universalism loses authority, real universality may finally have a chance to breathe. A universality not based on one center ruling the map. A universality based on one simple truth. No people are disposable. No child is collateral by nature. No state is sacred above law. No civilization owns humanity. No empire gets to define morality for all while exempting itself from judgment. That is not weakness. That is the beginning of sanity. And if sanity is to return, then the next question becomes practical. What must actually be confronted if this renewal is to be real? Because good language alone will not save us. Not after everything we have seen. The structures that hollowed the old order out must be faced directly. That is where we go next. Part 5, Beyond Collapse, Section 3. What must be confronted if renewal is real? It cannot be soft. It cannot be a new slogan. It cannot be a better campaign. It cannot be another polished speech about values while the same machine keeps running underneath. Too much has happened for that. Too much has been seen, too much has been buried, too much has been justified. Too much innocence has been crushed under language that was supposed to defend it. So if there is to be a future worth fighting for, then some things have to be confronted directly, not admired from a distance, not studied forever, confronted. The first is oligarchic capture. This has to be said plainly. A democracy cannot survive if money governs first and citizens second. That is not a slogan. It is a fact. If the real power sits with donors, lobby networks, billionaire media owners, strategic industries, intelligence-linked circles, and influence systems that ordinary citizens can barely see, then voting alone is not enough to save the system. The shell may still be democratic, the center is not. That is why any real renewal has to break the grip of oligarchy. Not decorate it, not regulate it lightly. Break its political hold. That means confronting the buying of policy, the buying of narrative, the buying of silence, and the buying of delay, because oligarchy does not only buy action, it buys non-action too. It buys the absence of scrutiny, the absence of outrage, the absence of prosecution, the absence of reform, the absence of moral clarity. That is how a sick order protects itself. The second thing that must be confronted is war profiteering. No society can call itself civilized if too many powerful people get richer every time the world gets bloodier. That is madness. And yet that is exactly where we are. Weapons industries profit, security contractors profit, data and surveillance firms profit, media ecosystems profit from fear, political careers profit from crisis, think tanks profit from instability, and whole sectors become emotionally, financially, and institutionally dependent on permanent tension. That has to be broken. A society cannot claim to love peace while making war one of its deepest business models. At some point, words become insult. If hospitals rot but missile budgets grow, that tells you something. If schools struggle but weapons systems flourish, that tells you something. If families break under debt while war networks grow rich, that tells you something. It tells you the system has chosen, and it has not chosen human beings first. The third thing that must be confronted is media capture. This is not about banning speech. It is not about demanding one official truth. It is about asking a very simple question. Can any society still think clearly if the main channels of mass perception are concentrated in the hands of people structurally tied to wealth, power, war, access, and elite protection? The answer is obvious. No, a captured media system does not only spread lies. That is too simple. Very often it does something more effective. It arranges reality. It gives the public a world already sorted. Morally, emotionally, politically, strategically, that is why a real renewal must include a fight for public truth, not perfect truth. No society gets that, but public truth strong enough that the people are not constantly forced to live inside elite emotional architecture. Without that, democratic judgment remains crippled. And if democratic judgment remains crippled, the war machine will always return. The fourth thing that must be confronted is intelligence opacity. This is uncomfortable, but necessary. Any structure that operates with enormous hidden power, weak public accountability, strategic immunity, and the ability to shape events without meaningful democratic supervision becomes a danger to Republican life. That is true even when some people inside it are patriotic, even when some of its functions are necessary. The question is not whether intelligence work exists. It always will. The question is whether it remains servant or becomes hidden partner in governance. In too many modern systems, the line has blurred badly. And once that happens, citizens are no longer governing fully informed states. They are living inside layered states, official politics on top, deeper operational politics underneath. That is poison to trust. The fifth thing that must be confronted is what we have called Epsteinarchy. This is not separate from the others. It is their moral center of rot. A society cannot renew itself while elite impunity remains sacred. It cannot renew itself while abuse is protected, compromise is hidden, blackmail culture survives, predators remain socially usable, and moral collapse is treated as unfortunate scandal rather than sign of civilizational sickness that culture must be broken. Not because private vice is the whole political story, because elite depravity and elite impunity are part of the political story. A class that can desecrate innocence and still govern is not fit to govern. That sentence must become sayable again. Not whispered, not hidden behind euphemism, said, because one of the greatest corruptions of our age is that the ruling class learned how to survive moral exposure. That should never have happened. Once it happened, the whole order changed. So renewal must mean something serious. The end of the idea that money, access, usefulness, or strategic value can buy exemption from moral consequence. The sixth thing that must be confronted is sacred exemption in politics. This matters just as much. No state can remain humane if it allows any alliance of religion and power to claim moral immunity. No sacred state, no sacred army, no sacred intelligence system, no sacred tribe above law, no sacred violence that no court may name, no sacred project whose victims must always remain secondary because history or God supposedly needs the land, the war, the temple, the prophecy, the empire, or the exceptional people. This line must be drawn hard, not against religion as such, against religious capture of force, and equally against the cynical elites who use that sacred energy for strategic ends while pretending they still stand for secular law. That marriage must be broken. Because once sacred exemption enters the center of public power, universal dignity dies very fast. The seventh thing that must be confronted is selective empathy. This may sound softer than the others. It is not. In some ways it is the deepest, because no system of law, democracy, or peace will survive if whole populations are trained to feel in layers. To feel intensely for some victims and barely at all for others. To see one child as the center of history and another as background. To treat some lives as name-bearing, face-bearing, morally vivid, and others as fog. That is where moral collapse becomes mass culture. And once mass culture accepts that, then even good institutions begin to rot. A renewed order must fight for universal human sight. Not just legal universality in books. Actual sight. The ability to look at suffering before asking who the victim votes for, belongs to, believes in, or borders. That is not softness. It is the foundation of civilization. Without it, people become manageable units inside elite stories. The eighth thing that must be confronted is the structure of permanent emergency. This is crucial. The modern order now lives through rolling crisis, war crisis, migration crisis, terror crisis, border crisis, identity crisis, economic crisis, democracy crisis, climate crisis, security crisis. Some of these are real, very real, but the political use of permanent emergency changes the soul of a society. Emergency shrinks thought. Emergency excuses secrecy. Emergency rewards obedience. Emergency weakens law. Emergency empowers executive power. Emergency turns the public from citizen into subject. That is why so many systems now feel both democratic and suffocating at once. The ballot remains. The emergency remains more powerful. This has to be broken. A society cannot live forever inside adrenaline and still remain free. The ninth thing that must be confronted is civilizational arrogance. This may be the hardest one for the West, because it is woven so deeply into the old liberal story that many people no longer even hear it. The assumption that we are the standard, we are the mature ones, we are the final form, we are the civilizing side, we may be hypocritical but we still own the moral center. That assumption has done enormous damage. It must end. Not because the West has nothing to give, it has given much, but because nothing good it has given can survive inside superiority without corruption. Humility is now essential, not weakness. Humility, the ability to say, we do not own humanity, we do not own law, we do not own dignity, we do not own the future, we do not own the right to define whose suffering counts most. That would already be a revolution of moral tone. And the final thing that must be confronted is ourselves. That is the most uncomfortable one, because systems do not survive by elites alone. They survive through habit, through fear, through convenience, through repetition, through public exhaustion, through people looking away because looking fully is painful. That is human too, but renewal will demand something from ordinary people as well. More patience, more memory, more refusal to repeat scripts, more courage to lose social comfort for the sake of saying what is true, more discipline in the face of emotional manipulation, more resistance to selective outrage, more moral steadiness when the machine wants tribal reflex. That is a real demand, and it must be said honestly. No better order will arrive if everyone waits for someone else to become serious first. The public must become harder to manage. That is the democratic task now, not to become louder only, harder to manage, harder to frighten into obedience, harder to divide into emotional lanes, harder to flood with selective history, harder to manipulate through symbols detached from human consequence. That is where renewal becomes civic, not only philosophical. So yes, much must be confronted. Oligarchy, war profit, media capture, intelligence opacity, elite impunity, Epsteinarchy, sacred exemption, selective empathy, permanent emergency, civilizational arrogance, and our own willingness to live inside simplified moral theater. That is a lot. It is supposed to be. Civilizational recovery is not a branding exercise. It is surgery, and surgery hurts. But without it, all the beautiful words about dignity, democracy, law, and peace will remain what they have too often become already. A cover. The good news, if there is any, is that naming the sickness clearly is already part of the cure. Because once people can see what must be confronted, they can also begin to see what kind of politics might actually resist collapse. That is where we now have to turn. Not to fantasy, to form. What sort of political order, what sort of public ethic, what sort of civilizational arrangement could actually hold against this darkness? That is the final constructive question. Part 5, Beyond Collapse, Section 4. What kind of politics could resist collapse? By now the problem should be clear. The old order is breaking, the false center is dying, the machine is still moving, and the darkest forces of the age are not waiting politely for philosophers to finish their arguments. So the question becomes practical. What kind of politics could actually resist collapse? Not in theory only, in real life, in a wounded world, in a world already full of fear, propaganda, bloc pressure, oligarchic capture, sacred politics, and strategic panic. That question matters because not every reaction to collapse is good. Some people, when they see corruption, run toward strongman politics. Some run toward tribal politics. Some run toward civilizational revenge. Some run toward closed identity. Some run toward cynicism. Some say if law failed, then force is all that is left. Some say if universalism was abused, then only our people matter now. That is not recovery. That is surrender. It is surrender to the very darkness the collapsing order helped unleash. So what would real resistance look like? It would begin with something very old and very unfashionable. Restraint. Not weakness, not passivity, restraint. The ability of power to stop itself. The ability of states to fear their own excess. The ability of publics to say, no, not in our name, not like this, not again. The ability of leaders to think in terms of consequences beyond tomorrow's headline, tomorrow's poll, tomorrow's show of toughness. That sounds simple. It is not. Restraint is one of the hardest political virtues because it asks power to distrust its own appetite. And every decaying system hates that. A politics that resists collapse would also have to recover a language that the current world has nearly lost. The language of equilibrium. For years, the dominant political habit in much of the West was to think in terms of expansion, pressure, and leverage. More alliance, more sanctions, more punishment, more pressure, more signaling, more resolve, more hardening, but very little serious thinking about equilibrium. Very little serious thinking about how rival powers, neighboring states, wounded civilizations, and fearful societies can live inside one shared arrangement without being pushed into humiliation, panic, or endless rearmament. That has to change. Because no peace system survives if it is built only around one side's self-image. A real politics of survival would ask, what arrangement reduces fear for everyone who can wreck the system if ignored? That is a hard question. It is also the only serious question, and it leads to the next principle, collective security. That phrase has been emptied out by repetition. We need to fill it again. Collective security does not mean one bloc enforcing order on the rest. It does not mean a coalition calling itself the world. It does not mean the strongest deciding what counts as peace. It means something more demanding. It means building arrangements where security is not privatized by the powerful and denied to the vulnerable. It means accepting that no state, no matter how disliked, can simply be written out of the security equation if it still has the power to break the peace. It means understanding that exclusion may feel morally satisfying in the short term but often becomes strategically fatal in the long term. That lesson has to be relearned. Not because every power deserves moral admiration, because peace is built with realities, not fantasies. A politics that resists collapse would also have to restore equal law. This is non-negotiable. Law cannot survive as selective weapon. It either binds all or it rots. That means allies must be judged too. Sacred states must be judged too. Great powers must be judged too. Our own crimes must count too. Without that, every future appeal to law will sound like manipulation. And once law sounds like manipulation, the road back to force widens. This is why legal universality is not idealistic decoration. It is survival structure. The same is true of democracy. A democratic politics that could resist collapse would have to be more than electoral. That point is vital. Voting matters. It matters a lot. But voting alone cannot save a society if information is captured, public thought is manipulated, money buys access, war industries buy policy, and permanent emergency keeps shrinking the citizen's real field of power. So a politics that resists collapse must rebuild the public as a real actor, not audience, not target market, not emotional herd. Citizen, that means more independent public thought, more civic patience, more organized resistance to elite scripting, more institutions outside donor capture, more courage to hold one moral standard across all conflicts, and less willingness to outsource judgment to television, platforms, party tribes, or security experts, who always seem to arrive with the next excuse for escalation. Without that, democracy will remain ceremonial, and ceremonial democracy cannot stop serious decay. There is another principle too. Pluralism without prejudice. This may be one of the hardest things for the modern West to learn. Because the old habit was to confuse pluralism with assimilation. You are accepted if you move toward our form. You are tolerated if you become legible inside our categories. You are civilized if you speak our language of legitimacy. That is not true pluralism. A politics that resists collapse would need a deeper form, one that can live with real difference, not staged difference, not cosmetic diversity inside one imperial structure, real difference, different histories, different memories, different civilizational experiences, different religious and moral traditions, different political rhythms, not all equal in every moral content, but all fully human, all fully part of the world, all beyond the old Western habit of ranking peoples while pretending not to. That matters because without real pluralism, every universal project becomes domination sooner or later, and domination always returns us to war. Now let us say something difficult. A politics that resists collapse must also know how to draw lines. This is not a call for soft relativism. It is not an invitation to say everything is culture, everything is narrative, everything is power. No, lines still matter. The line against torture matters. The line against collective punishment matters. The line against aggressive war matters. The line against sacred exemption matters. The line against desecrating innocence matters. The line against making children, civilians, or vulnerable populations the fuel of strategic messaging matters. A civilized politics must still be able to say, this is wrong, not because our side says it, because it is wrong. That kind of moral seriousness is part of resistance too, because one of the ways collapse wins is by making everyone morally tired, too tired to judge, too tired to compare, too tired to care equally, too tired to believe any line can still hold. That exhaustion must be resisted. And there is one more principle without which none of this works. Truthfulness, not perfect truth, not purity, not the fantasy that politics can ever be free of persuasion, spin, or conflict, but enough truthfulness that a public can still orient itself morally, enough truthfulness that history is not cut at convenience, enough truthfulness that law is not used as theater, enough truthfulness that leaders can still say what a war really is, enough truthfulness that the dead are not arranged into moral castes by alliance. Without that, the public becomes permanently disoriented, and a permanently disoriented public cannot resist collapse. This is why resistance is not only about programs or institutions, it is also about moral formation. What kind of people can resist a dark age? People with memory, people with patience, people who are hard to panic, people who are hard to flatter, people who do not need their tribe to tell them whose child matters, people who do not surrender conscience when the flag appears, people who can hear pain before propaganda arrives to sort it. That is the human core of any politics worthy of the future, and that is why, in the end, the answer is not one party, one election, or one policy platform. It is a civilizational re-education in limits. Limits on power, limits on money, limits on sacred politics, limits on emergency, limits on violence, limits on our own side, especially that last one, because no order becomes humane by limiting only its enemies. A politics that resists collapse must recover the courage to restrain itself. That is the mark of seriousness. And if that seriousness returns, then something more than resistance may become possible, not merely holding back the darkness, building again. That is the final question now. What is the final moral frame for a future beyond this collapse? What, after all of this, is still worth saying yes to? Part 5. Beyond Collapse, Section 5. What is still worth saying yes to? After all this, one question remains. What do we still defend? Not what do we oppose, we have done a lot of that. Not what do we expose, we have done that too. But what do we still say yes to? This matters because no civilization can live on critique alone. A people can survive anger for a while, they can survive fear for a while, they can even survive collapse for a while, but they cannot build on negation alone. At some point they need a yes, a true yes, not a slogan, not branding, not the old lies with softer colors. A real yes, so let us say it plainly. We still say yes to the human person. Not as an abstract unit, not as a talking point, not as a legal fiction used when convenient, as sacred in the deepest moral sense, not sacred because the state says so, not sacred because a religion owns them, not sacred because a civilization ranks them highly. Sacred because no child, no woman, no man, no people should ever be reduced to material for empire, profit, revenge, propaganda, prophecy, or strategic theater. That is the first yes. We still say yes to dignity that does not need permission from power, yes to law that binds the strong as well as the weak, yes to democracy that is more than managed performance, yes to truth that is more than narrative utility, yes to peace that is more than the silence imposed by the most heavily armed, Yes to pluralism that does not ask every people to become copies of the same center. Yes to faith protected from contempt and politics protected from fanatic capture. Yes to civilization as restraint, not simply capacity. These things still matter. They matter precisely because the old order betrayed them. And here is the deepest point. Betrayal does not cancel the standard. It reveals it. If a system has to lie in the language of dignity, that means dignity still has force. If a war has to be sold as peace, that means peace still has force. If power wraps itself in law, that means law still has force. If hypocrisy borrows the clothing of morality, that means morality still stands above it. That is why the darkness of this age does not prove that truth is dead. It proves that truth still frightens the liars. That is enough reason not to surrender. So yes, the old liberal center has failed. Yes, the rules-based order has hollowed out. Yes, democracy has been captured in too many places. Yes, oligarchy, propaganda, sacred violence, and elite pathology have done terrible damage. But no, that does not mean humanity must now choose between empire and barbarism. There is another possibility. Harder, slower, less arrogant, less theatrical, a post-imperial humanism, a renewed liberalism without Western vanity, a universalism without civilizational ranking, a law without sacred exemptions, a democracy without oligarchic possession, a politics strong enough to defend order but humble enough to know it does not own the human future. That is what is still worth saying yes to. Not because it is easy, because the alternative is too dark, and if we need one final image, let it be this. Yes, humanity now walks through a cemetery of failed orders, Westphalia, empires, concerts of power, leagues of nations, post-war promises, Cold War settlements, the liberal order itself as it was historically practiced, so many graves, so many broken systems, so many structures built from pain and later corrupted by pride. But a cemetery is not only a place of endings, it is also a place of judgment. A place where the living ask what must not be repeated. A place where memory either becomes wisdom or gets buried again. A place where we decide whether the dead taught us anything at all. That is where we are now, standing among the ruins, looking at the wreckage, knowing that some of it was built on noble hope and later hijacked by power, knowing that some of it was rotten from the beginning, knowing that another catastrophe may already be gathering. So the final question is not whether we can go back. We cannot. The final question is whether we can still go forward without lies, whether we can build an order that does not need permanent enemies, sacred exemptions, managed publics, disposable children, and selective law to survive, whether we can become serious enough, humble enough, and human enough to stop the slide before history slaps us in the face again. That is the question. And this time we may not get another chance to learn it after the fact.